866-WAYNES-1. Again, call Waynes.com or call them today, 866-WAYNES-1.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
All right, back with you for our final 90 seconds at the Floribama. We're back in studio, the Birmingham Racecourse and Casino Studios tomorrow up in Birmingham. By the way, the final push on the Live viewer numbers this week, 300,000 for their 4 days of average viewership each day. PGA Tour in a non-big event, 2.38 million viewers.
You know where Liv got more viewers? On their own YouTube channel.
On their own YouTube channel.
I think this is going to end up being a bad decision just solely for ego on their part.
Okay, Andrew Painter, 19-year-old that we told you about in the Phillies camp, pitched yesterday at spring training multiple times, hit a 99-mile-per-hour fastball.
Wow. Oh, my God.
Going to be fantastic. Great games tonight, Michigan and Illinois, Arizona State, UCLA, Arizona and USC. We'll talk more about that, and if Detroit Mercy's Antoine Davis, son of Mike Davis, can break Pete Maravich's record tonight, 7 o'clock on ESPN+. That is, he's 26 to break Pistol Pete.
What kind of ball?
Basketball.
Wouldn't you throw that on ESPN too?
You would. That's it from the Floribama. Thank you to everybody associated with this great organization and all our crew who came down from Birmingham. We're heading back to the Ham later this afternoon. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Man, so much to get to as we're live back in studio today as we, hold on, let me just straighten Lance.
I don't know why he always leaves it. Well, I mean, to his defense, he hasn't been in here since Monday when we left for the Floribama.
We are back with you today as we get going. Jim Dunaway, Ryan Brown, Tyler, Forrester, Lunsford. Appreciate the folks at the Floribama as we get rolling. A lot to get to today.
I mean, look, everybody in the chat room already busting Lance.
Yeah, Rusty, TR. Yep. Well, Brett guarantees Lance will be in studio.
Guarantees he's going to be in studio?
Yes.
Because most guarantees would be he stays at the Floribama.
Albert says fans of the show are shocked to not see LT. Jay says nailed it. Well, Jay, not today, my friend. Lance is here.
What's up, LT?
Hey.
Welcome back for the Floribama.
I still don't feel good.
He is here. We wanted to pull a little April Fool's. Oh, we're not there yet. We're not there yet. Yeah, we're not that show. Yeah. We're not that show. A lot to get to today, including basketball. Huge weekend coming up in basketball. We've got a ton of stuff to get to later in the show. I mean, you guys know how much we love music here on the show. 12:20 later today. In studio, Damon Johnson will be with us. Brother Kane's in town this weekend. You can see them. We'll hear from Damon in studio. Mike DeCourcy's with us. Jelly Walker in the next segment to talk about UAB. One more game, and then they're off to their conference tournament. Sanford starting their conference tournament. All the automatic bids start going out tomorrow and Sunday. We're to that great time in basketball, and we'll get to basketball in a second. But my goodness, the scheduling for the SEC is an interesting topic. And Nick Saban, of all people, seems to be letting the cat out of the bag.
Yeah, we got a little taste from Nick Saban an hour ago from Ross Dellinger of Sports Illustrated. You can go see it. I think it's at Ross Dellinger. I think it's his handle. So his article at Sports Illustrated is in an interview with Nick Saban talking about the future of the SEC schedule. Now, to Nick Saban's credit, Nick Saban has always been a 9-game conference schedule guy and has never found many drafting partners on this.
Actually, he's at times mentioned 10.
Well, yeah. I mean, he wants you to play as many times as you can in every market. He wants his players to go to every SEC stadium.
And honestly, he fears no opponent.
No, he doesn't.
You've seen the out-of-conference games.
And you could say a lot about Nick Saban, but you cannot say he wants to dodge opponents. I mean, this guy, at least in conference, this guy has always been a 9-game guy. So Ross Dellinger is interviewing him, and I don't know if Nick knows that this is not supposed to come out yet or whatever. I'm not sure. or that Nick even cares.
Or if he gives it.
That's right. Quote Nick Saban here. This is a direct quote from Ross Dellinger's interview with Nick Saban. I've always been an advocate for playing more conference games, Saban says. But if you play more games, I think you have to get the 3 fixed right. He's talking about fixed opponents there. Quote, here's the quote. This is the money quote right here. They're giving us Tennessee, Auburn, and LSU. I don't know how they've come to that decision. So Nick Saban says the quiet part out loud. The email that somebody was probably supposed to say, but that email I sent you, let's don't talk.
Embargo to March 14th.
Yeah, or whatever the case is.
I know some people would disagree, but I think they got it right with those 3.
I think if you want the most entertaining Alabama schedule, that's your 3.
Well, I mean, every team seems like they have 2 autos, except for like Missouri or somebody, 2 automatics.
Yeah, and then it gets thrown off on that 3rd.
Auburn and Tennessee is automatic. So then it becomes, what do you do with the 3rd? And if you're an Auburn fan, you're sitting there going, well, hell, Alabama and Georgia are my 2 automatics. So you sort of want a little relief on your 3rd. Auburn and Tennessee, as Nick points out, we'll talk more about it, historically the upper echelon of the SEC, and now you're going to throw LSU in there, which probably over the next 5 years going to be the toughest of those games. So he feels like we've got three pretty juicy opponents. Is everybody going to have three pretty juicy opponents?
But it's like I don't know. Well, let's get back to Tennessee because I think this gives you at least a small hint on Tennessee. But, I mean, over the last decade, what's been the most important game in the SEC? It's been Alabama-Tennessee.
Yeah,
Alabama-LSU over the last decade. Now,
as Landmine Believer points out, historically the highest-rated game every year.
Yeah. And now it has lost a little bit of juice of late, but I do think Brian Kelly will get that juice back. It's LSU's fault that it lost juice. But that's been the most important game in the, right after the turn of the century, or I guess late 90s, really, actually, even. It was right after the expansion of the SEC. Florida-Tennessee was the most important game in the SEC for quite a while.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a national championship
for
game.
basically the entire 90s.
Yeah, and then early into the 2000s, and then that waned a little bit, but it became Alabama-LSU sometime around 2008, about the time Nick Saban got there. It became Alabama-LSU. That was the most important game in the SEC for quite a while. So it's hard just to flush that. I mean, everybody in the SEC office remembers the importance of that game, and I think if they're being honest with you, they think Brian Kelly will get LSU back to that being like he did this year and beat Alabama.
It felt to me like it was Florida-Tennessee, then it was Florida-LSU maybe in some of the 2000s.
LSU and Auburn for a minute.
Yeah, LSU-Auburn was a big West game, yeah.
And then you slide in, Alabama-LSU. So there's always going to be an ebb and a flow, but if you look historically, there are certain programs that are usually at the top of the standings. And as Nick is saying, okay, we're okay with these three, but what's everybody else's three going to look like? And I would imagine Auburn is, Auburn's three is going to, you're going to have Alabama, Georgia. It really doesn't matter who you throw in that third game. You're going to have one of the tougher trios. The Tennessee question becomes interesting if they've got Alabama.
Yeah, if Tennessee's got Alabama.
We know they've got Florida.
Do we?
I mean, I would hope they do, Lance. That's a big game. Tennessee-Georgia's been a game, but, the historic in-state rival is Vandy. And then
you got Kentucky.
And Kentucky's been a little tougher.
Yeah. But technically, their second biggest rival other than Alabama is Kentucky.
Yeah, you can't give Tennessee, Alabama, Vandy, and Kentucky. You just can't do that. No. That's too weak.
Yeah, I think Tennessee is going to get Florida.
I agree. I think Kentucky or Vandy goes to the wayside against Tennessee.
The problem with this is some of those other teams like Ole Miss and Arkansas, and those games are not going to be good.
Yeah, but
and if I'm a season ticket holder, what am I getting?
Well, you're getting the rest of the conference coming in every other year, so you're going to have a juicy schedule. But if you're a TV partner, there's certain games you want to hang your hat on. So if you're Florida, you're saying you got Georgia, you're saying you're going to have Tennessee, so you got Georgia, Tennessee. And there's a good chance,
I bet they'll throw them Vandy.
But LSU it's turned in. That's been their permanent crossover rival since 1992.
What, Florida LSU?
Yeah, so that's turned
been
into a
good rivalry.
Yeah.
I mean, it's never had the importance. It's rarely had the importance that Tennessee, Florida used to, and Alabama LSU. But it has been a fun rivalry, and it means a lot, I guess, to those two fan bases.
See, I think LSU ends up with Texas A&M, Alabama, and Ole Miss.
You'd save the Magnolia Bowl? Yeah, they've tried to make Texas A&M LSU the big rival for them on Rivalry Saturday.
And there is a lot of history way back in the day on that game. So that's not too bad.
We ought to all, obviously not on air.
It's going to be a crapshoot.
But we ought to try to pick the three permanents for each.
I'll be glad to give it a shot. Now that Nick Saban's giving me the cheat code.
Yeah.
We do have one big piece of the puzzle.
I mean, and you already knew Auburn was going to get Alabama and Georgia.
Right.
I just don't think any of those three that Nick Saban threw out surprised me at all.
Well, TR in our Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, he makes a point. He goes, hey, those as an Alabama season ticket holder, those are the three games I want permanent. I want Auburn. I want Tennessee and LSU now.
I'll disagree.
TR is very up front. He's not having to prepare the team and coach them and make his living off winning those games. But if I'm, if I'm going to the games, I like my teams to play the best games. And, if you're looking for Alabama's best games on permanent, that would be Auburn, Tennessee, and LSU. That's fantastic. And I'm fine with that. And now you're going to, you hope they split up Oklahoma and Texas. right? You don't get.
What do you mean split them up?
Split them up where
they're going to play each other.
No, I know that. I'm talking about on Alabama's schedule.
Okay, I got you.
You know so the rest of the way the schedule is going to look. So your non-permanents, you're going to get them every other year, right? So you'll play half of your non-permanents one year and the other half the next year. You just hope for Alabama's sake that, okay, the Alabama-Texas rotation's not the same year for you, to where one year you've got Auburn, Tennessee, LSU, Oklahoma, Texas.
Yeah.
I mean, that would kind of be fun to watch, though.
It would be.
And another thing,
But splitting them up, then every year you've got Auburn, Tennessee, LSU, and either Oklahoma,
and I think
Texas.
they probably will. Real quick, though, Brown, we got to remember in a couple of years you can go 9-3 and still get in the college football playoff.
Yeah, there's no doubt.
And that's huge.
Yeah.
But if I'm a Mississippi State administrator today, if I'm their AD or a Mississippi State fan, I've just learned I'm not getting that Alabama game every other year that I thought I was getting in Starkville. So I'm going to get them in Starkville once every 4 years now. And that was a big game. I mean, that's a sellout game. That's a game I get, on my season ticket package. But, I mean, if you lose that and say you get Texas or Oklahoma, that's still going to sell you some tickets.
Yeah. And I've said all along, since we're rotating everybody in every other year, this isn't going to be that big a deal. But he said what brings up a great point. It is who Alabama already plays, Auburn, Tennessee, and LSU every year already.
It's not really a change.
Yeah, it's not really that big of a change. Great point there. Love that Nick Saban's the one sort of sneaking that out.
I mean, you could text Greg Sankey and just figure if he wants to come on and just release the rest.
I mean, I'll text him.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if we were going just straight up, what was it? It was, in a card game, it was, I think we called it concentration. We'd flip over
I hated
and
that
try to
game.
get two
Yeah,
and try to match them up.
You had to remember where it was.
Yeah. So that was fun. I used to do that sometimes as a kid. They do it at Alabama basketball games with a burger chain, and you got 30 seconds to unveil them all, and that's fun. If I said what would be the next big piece, if you could only unveil one other team's 3 permanent games, which one do you think would be the best that would help us fill out the rest of the schedule?
I think Georgia or Tennessee.
Well, we know Georgia has Auburn and Florida, so I don't know if Georgia is going to give us one
I'm
more
only
big
getting
piece
one
of the
more.
puzzle.
Probably more Oklahoma and Texas.
I mean, Georgia and Florida. I did say that.
Yeah,
right.
but I think Oklahoma and Texas are getting each other. They're both getting Texas A&M.
You think they'll both get A&M?
I do.
So you think Oklahoma will get A&M too?
I do.
So you think A&M's going to get Texas, LSU, and Oklahoma?
Probably.
Wow.
That's fun.
Imagine what they're doing on TexAg's streaming service right now. Hell, are we going to have Texas, Oklahoma?
Well,
By the way, I've dropped
A&M
3
is-
hells in the first segment.
You have, Jim.
A&M's
Oh, my gosh.
had those three before on certain years, I'm sure.
I guess. Oklahoma's a Big 8 team. But, I mean, in the Big 12 too, right? Yeah, I guess back in the day.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, at some point, again, I always point this out. You got to give what you consider the bottom half, the Kentuckys, the Vandies, with all due respect to you Mississippi folk over there in the chat room, the Ole Misses of the Mississippi State, they got to get good games too. We can't just say, all right, we want the top half of the league playing around robin. I mean, you got to take care of the bottom half, the South Carolinas of the world too. They got to sell tickets. So they're going to have to get some of these Texas and Oklahomas. I would love that. If A&M was Texas, Oklahoma, LSU, that'd be fantastic. But all of a sudden now A&M is not every other year going to Starkville. I mean, you start to whittle away. I'll just keep using Starkville as an example. If we do this, I'm starting to whittle away teams that they're going to get every other year.
Yeah, but again, I always go back to, okay, but if A&M's not coming, Oklahoma is. If A&M's not coming, Texas is.
Every 4th year.
Yeah.
Not every other year.
I know, but somebody's coming every year.
I know.
I would imagine someone is sitting down somewhere and saying, they've got. I mean, you hate to say it, but you'll take 4, 5, 6 blue bloods, Georgia, Alabama, Oklahoma, Texas, whoever you want to put in that category, and they're going to make sure that each one of those teams is on everybody's home schedule every year.
Yeah. See, now, Volfan 205 says, I think they match up the bottom half to get them bowl eligible. I don't know if they'll do that.
Well, I personally think we're moving to an era where bowl eligibility is not going to be restricted by a 6-6 record anymore.
Yeah.
I kind of agree. Yeah.
I know we'll get to the Detroit Mercy story from last night.
Oh, controversy that coming up in just a second. But that is there is bowl eligibility, and I think we're going to get to 5 and 7 teams and all that able to go. All right, so that's a jumping off point. A lot of other stuff to get to. First, I want to tell you about my buddy Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing. We're going to have wind gusts here in the central Alabama area. Some of you are dealing with it around the country today with a severe weather threat, so be weather aware. Wind gusts 50 miles an hour plus that can do damage to your roof, even without obvious damage. Greg likes to point out that you can have some storm damage up there with your shingles that you don't even notice. You may not even notice that they may be loosened a little bit to where water creeps in there. They can be creased a little bit, and you can't even see it with your eye. So I just want to point out that if you need your roof inspected next week after this storm, he can go out there and give you a free no-cost roof inspection. Free no-cost roof inspection. Call Greg Nelson in Storm Restoration Roofing, 205-542-3531. Here's what he points out to me. You can get roof damage even if you don't see any missing shingles up there, especially to the basic 3-tab shingle, which most of us have on their roof. It can lift them and crease them and cause significant issues weeks and months down the line. So after big storms like this, probably good to give Greg a call and get a free no-cost roof inspection, 205-542-3531. 205-542-3531. He'll get you on the schedule next week to get that roof inspected, free, no cost, no obligation there. And if you happen to have storm damage today, Greg can come out with his crews and take photos, put together a portfolio that you can hand over to the insurance companies who trust Greg 6 ways to Sunday, or whatever that saying is. Worked on that this week. 205-542-3531, 205-542-3531. It is Storm Restoration Roofing. Look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. A lot of basketball to get to with Auburn. Big game tomorrow, Alabama. The new bracketology's out. We'll jump into that coming up after we talk to Jelly Walker. But I did want to get to what LT just brought up, and that is last night in college basketball where Antoine Davis, the son of Alabama great Mike Davis, and his head coach, Daddy Ball, finishes his career 3 points shy of Pete Maravich's all-time scoring record. Pete played 3 years, no three-point line, 5 years for Antoine Davis. So, boom, he comes up 3 short, misses a 3 at the buzzer. They were going to lose the game anyway, but he threw up a 3 at the buzzer that would have tied Pete's record. So afterwards, it seems like the season's over with. Then someone breaks out, would you, Coach Davis, be interested in accepting a bid to the CBI? Because they're not eligible for the NIT or the NCAA.
They're 14 and 19, by the way.
They're 14 and 19.
But
and
the CBI is trying to sell tickets, so a guy going for the scoring record might do it.
He said, absolutely. Why wouldn't we? A chance to improve the team, the players coming back.
Chance
play
for
more
my
games,
kid to get more
blah, blah,
shots
blah.
so he can be the record holder.
Didn't really touch on that one, but yeah absolutely.
Right.
So just, churning along on that. And then the CBI tweets out that it's a 16-hour drive from Detroit down to Jacksonville, a possible first-round matchup there between Detroit and somebody in Florida. I don't know who it is in Jacksonville, but they sort of show the map. And it almost made it like the CBI is all in on.
Well, of course they are.
All you got to do is pay $50,000. You know that, right?
That's what it costs to get in this thing?
Yeah, you pay to get in.
So that's a cover charge? I got to pay a cover charge?
So they're paying cover to make sure at 14 and 19 this kid gets the record. And we talked about this. He's played 144 games now. Pete Maravich played 83. I will not recognize this as the record. I would have if he would have gotten it last night or in the next game, and if he wasn't playing, as Brown says, and everybody cringes, daddy ball.
Not everyone cringes. I think everyone's coming to my side now.
He was 7 of 26, and they lost a 5-point game. I mean, if he wouldn't have been forcing so much last night, they probably won the game.
Probably so, but that's what happens. Yeah, that's what happens when your old man's the coach. Kevin says, you know what kind of tournament the CBI is?
What is it?
It's a daddy tournament.
He
goes, this is travel ball, basically.
It really is.
I mean, it is.
I can't believe you got to pay $50,000.
Yeah.
Well, is it coming out of Mike's pocket?
No.
I mean, because why in the hell would Detroit Mercy pay? Why in the heck would Detroit Mercy pay $50,000
I don't
to play in this tournament?
I don't think they would. If truth serum, if you ask Mike Davis and Antoine Davis, would you rather advance to the NCAA tournament and not get the record, or get the record and get eliminated?
Oh, you got to go to the NCAA tournament.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know how they would answer that.
I think truth serum, I think they'd rather have the record.
I'd rather have the record.
Yep.
That's why you let your kids shoot all the time. You want the record.
I mean, and according to, the basketball people were reading, they don't think anyone will come close to this record anytime soon.
Not. No.
Well, I mean, because he played 5 years.
Hey, you got to play 5 years,
but Pete has had it a long time, and people are saying that if Antoine didn't do it,
it may never be broken.
Yeah, that's fine with me. I'm not going to remember Antoine Davis.
Yeah,
he'll play in Greece probably.
See, I recognize Barry Bonds. I
do too.
Yeah, I try to roll along with all the records, no matter what's going on.
This record to me is done.
But if we're going to do it in the CBI,
not going to recognize it.
It just can't feel right.
Well, because first of all, you've played almost double the games, right? Is it double? It's not quite double.
It's
but
144 to 83. So
okay,
it's close.
Yeah. It's fairly close to double. That's number one. Not that LSU could ever make the postseason with Maravich doing this anyway. They didn't. They only did it one time. But had they had the opportunities to have the CBI, somebody would have put LSU in just to have Maravich.
Oh, just have Pete Maravich.
Yeah, so it is anything but an equitable record. I wasn't going to recognize it anyway. I'm not even sure I recognize Pete Maravich, but I certainly wasn't going to recognize this one.
All right.
I need to find somebody that scored a lot that did not play for their father.
It is an interesting question over there from Kevin. Can he still get a sixth COVID year?
No, probably so.
The fifth year was his. He's played 5 full years.
Okay. So we're going to be robbed of another year of this?
Yeah.
Wouldn't you love to see that?
Yeah.
It can't last much longer because if he doesn't score 4 points in the rest of his games ever, then he probably won't get many more starts after that.
Really, the best thing he could have done was transfer this year. I know he probably wanted to play for his dad, but he played for him. But transfer to a team that really plays up and down basketball.
Yeah,
a higher profile team.
I love how he took. Well, nobody will let him do this. That's why he didn't do that. Lance he's not this good of a player. He's not that good of a player.
He could have played at Gonzaga, and I bet he would have been pretty good.
Oh, no, he's not going to get 26 shots at Gonzaga. He had to have 26 shots. He's a role player.
When you look at Gonzaga, where are they right now as far as offensive?
Oh, who, Gonzaga?
Yeah, in the net. I guarantee they're top 5. They score 80-plus points.
What was Antoine last night?
He was 7 of 26.
7 of 26. I watched Gonzaga play Alabama. They didn't miss that many shots as a team.
No, I don't think he would play for Mark Few. He's not a good enough shooter. They're number 1 in offensive efficiency, Gonzaga is. Number 1, yeah.
Oh, as Patrick points out, he couldn't transfer to Gonzaga because Mark Few's last name's not Davis.
True. I do think this kid is talented enough to play, especially when you watch Gonzaga.
I don't think he is.
Our friends at MyBookie's talented, though. They get you into the games this week, and I cannot tell you how many great basketball games you have on Saturday and or Sunday, and all with bracket implications. We'll get into those. None bigger than Auburn hosting Tennessee at 1 o'clock on ESPN.
I've never seen a guy play a minute of basketball. I'm telling you, he can't play at Gonzaga.
Well, look at Forster. He's from Birmingham.
Yeah.
And he's a 40% shooter all the time, 36 behind the arc.
Keep jacking it up.
Hey, my goodness. Alabama could have used one of those threes the other night at 36%.
I bet he can't get a shot off in the SEC. Hey, MyBookie.ag has all the games this weekend. I put Lance on the spot. Bama, Texas A&M, 11 o'clock, College Station.
Bama 1.5.
Bama 1.5. This is LT's opinion.
I thought you said 2.5 yesterday.
It's come down.
No, 2 days ago I said 2.5.
Lance has got information for the locker room.
And then after watching Bama against Auburn, we won 1.
Auburn and Tennessee. That's the big one. And Auburn.
Auburn 1.5.
I think Auburn's going to be 2.5.
2.5.
Look at that. Wow. MyBookie.ag is where you play all those games. MyBookie.ag, code next round, and get that sign-on bonus up to $2,000 at MyBookie.ag. Whether you're playing to make money, you're just playing to make the games more interesting and have fun, it doesn't matter. MyBookie.ag is the place. And the thing with next round code, when you get that bonus up to $2,000, there are no strings attached. Some places you're going to have to play that 10 times, 5 times, 6 times, up to 10 times to get that money. Not MyBookie.ag. No strings attached. You get that money right away in your account. One bet, and it's yours forever. MyBookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie.ag and get that sign-on bonus with code next round.
If this was the old Springer show, that's exactly what we would do, Josh. It would be like Brown's like, daddy ball, daddy ball, daddy ball. And Antoine couldn't play anywhere else. And we'd say, glad you say that, Brown. Please welcome to our studio Antoine and Mike Davis. Hey. And they come out and get in your face. We have to break you up. Steve, help us out.
No, I'd bring Lady Bird out. Mike would run the other way.
Doesn't like dogs, you say?
That's right. He's a longtime dog hater. All right, we roll on. When we come back, we will hear from Jelly Walker, UAB's star guard. One more game, and then it's off to the Conference USA tournament out in Frisco, Texas. We'll talk to Jelly Walker coming up on the other side. Show being brought to you by our friends at Bud Light. Drink responsibly. We'll throw out some Bud Light poll questions later on in the show. Bud Light, a great way to enjoy spring and summer with that beautiful blue can. Make sure you're asking for Bud Light by name. From the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studio, this is The Next Round.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
For more than 40 years, Wayne's has been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. From the mosquito and termite protection to giving me that lush lawn that is the envy of my neighborhood, Wayne's does it all for me. When my neighbors on my street see that shiny yellow truck, I bet they smile. I know I do, because Wayne's has been taking care of my lawn and home for years and doing all the things I don't have time to do. For more information, check them out online, call Waynes.com, or call Wayne's at 866-WAYNES1.
Back with you on the Next Round. I so was hoping when Jelly Walker popped up in our screen that he'd have changed his wallpaper with a map wallpaper like his El Paso hotel room.
Have Birmingham behind him.
Have Birmingham behind him. We'll talk to Jelly after I tell you that his interview each week is brought to you by the wonderful folks at Legacy Credit Union. No matter where you are in life, start building a legacy you can be proud of today. Legacy, the official credit union of UAB.
So let's talk to Jelly. The calendar reads March, and that's what you play for in this sport, Jelly. Welcome in, and I know you got to be excited that we're finally playing some March basketball here. Jelly, hang on, Jelly. Hang on one second. Is that us? All right, Jelly, we got you now. Go ahead, buddy.
You can hear me?
Yeah, we got you. That was on our side. My bad.
Okay, but yeah, I mean, I'm excited this March. I mean, it's been a long season, but this is what you play for the whole year, to be in times like this. So I'm excited.
What about that gap? I mean, it's been a little bit since you guys played.
Yeah, but I think it's a good thing though, because we get rest. You know what I'm saying, and we get to focus way more on them before they can focus on us. Like Charlotte just played last night, so they're only gonna have one day to prep to get back to us. So I think it benefits us a lot though.
Well, how hard is it to prep for you guys, right? You double team Jelly and see what happens, right? No, I'm kidding.
Hey, I mean, they did that versus West Kentucky, and you see what happened. So I think my teammates is ready for that now.
Hey, and seriously, going back to the time you missed with your injury, it does seem like that helped everyone else get a few extra looks, a few extra shots, and that almost strength by numbers now for you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when I was out, I mean, even though we did lose 2 games, but I mean, I think at the end of the day, it was really good for us. I think it, especially not necessarily for me, but for the other guys on the team to understand that, like, yeah, I know everyone is talking about Jelly and all that stuff. But at the end of the day, like, you guys are just as important to the team as me. And I think like they're finally realizing, like, hey, like yeah, Jelly's gonna do what he does, you know what I'm saying, majority of the time. But as long as we do what we're supposed to do as well, it's hard to beat us.
How difficult is it? Jelly Walker with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline presented by Legacy Community Federal Credit Union. How difficult is it, though, not to look past a game like this, knowing that, I mean, let's be honest about it. I mean, Andy says it with us. It's all about your conference tournament now to get into the NCAA. This is just one more game before that. How hard is it not to look past this game?
Well, I mean, it's hard not to, but you can't. You know what I'm saying? Like, you really can't, because at the end of the day, we're supposed to be in this mood to where we lose a game, we're out. And that's what AK been saying for the last, I say, 3 games before this as well. He was saying, think of it as March. We have to get that feeling to where it's like, if we lose, we go home. And even though we have another game after this guaranteed, every game from now on, I feel like we've been playing like it's either we lose and we go home. And I feel like that's been our approach. And I feel like that's why we've been on this hot winning streak.
Were you paying attention at all to something we were talking about last night? Antoine Davis trying to beat Pete Maravich's all-time scoring record. So he comes up 3 short. My question to you is, he was 7 of 26 last night. You've only had 1 game this entire season where you've attempted 26 field goals, and that was dead on 26. He's had 7 games this year where he's attempted 26 or more, 3 games where he's attempted 30 or more.
My gosh.
I mean, it just seems like an absurd amount of shots. Can you imagine playing that type of basketball?
I ain't gonna lie. If I was getting 30 shots a game, I'll be getting 40.
I mean, I agree with Jelly. I think he'd be scoring 40 a game. Yeah.
Like, I'll get 40 a lot. But I mean, no disrespect to him. I think he's a great player, and I'm not gonna lie. I was watching the game. I really hope I wish he beat that record. Like I really wish he.
But it's hard to win games playing like that, right?
No, absolutely. I mean, look at their overall record. You know what I'm saying? They don't really win much, but for him, I think it's tough for him that he even got close to that record, because I don't think anybody else will even get close, like, ever. And he had an extra year to do it because of COVID, so I don't think it would ever. That record will stand forever, in my opinion. But yeah, I mean, it is hard to win like that when you shoot many shots like that. And I know people look at me like, oh, he shoots a lot of shots, but that's a lot of shots.
I see.
But not trying to be disrespectful to him. Like, I think he's a great player. Like, I truly do. And I watch his games a lot. Like, he's a fun player to watch. He really is. I mean, they don't win much, but watching him play and the type of shots he makes, it's incredible.
I see a family picture over your shoulder. Did you ever play for a family member, ever coach you growing up? Because part of the show here is not really happy with daddy ball or family ball where you get all the shots. Anybody in your family ever coach?
Nah, not coach, but my older brother, Ahmad, he played basketball. Yeah, so I don't have anybody in my family that ever coached.
So you never had the green light like Antoine does playing for his dad?
No, never. This is the most green light I ever had in my life. Playing with AK, and it's a green. Don't get me wrong. He lets me do a lot, and everyone knows that. But that type of green light that's not even green. It's another color.
Yeah, we don't believe Mike Davis has got a clipboard. I mean, we don't. I mean, to put up 33 shots in multiple games when you can only play 40 minutes. I mean, do the math. You're throwing up a shot a minute.
Literally, no, it's crazy. That's. I don't want to be like sound like a hate or nothing, but that is a lot of shots.
Okay, what is the most you've ever scored in a game in any level?
70.
Yeah.
70. At the St. John's basketball camp. But like, if we talk about real games, like it's outside of a camp, it would be 56 versus Albany Academy when I was at Long Island Lutheran.
70 though.
Well, how long were the quarters at Long Island Lutheran? You scored are those 8-minute quarters?
Yeah, regular high school.
Yeah, 8-minute quarters. You scored 56.
Yeah.
That's getting after it, Jelly.
56 with nobody named Walker coaching you.
No walking.
All right, Jelly and UAB on their way to play Charlotte. Then it is the Conference USA tournament, which is massive. We will talk with him about that next week. Good luck against Charlotte, Jelly. We appreciate the time as always.
Appreciate you guys.
All right, buddy. Take care. Jelly with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, presented by Legacy Community Federal Credit Union.
I think it's a good Bud Light poll question. If you have more, what's the other color you go to if you have a green light and then you really get a lot of shots up? If you have red for you don't have a caution, green is go. What's the next color you go to where it's really, really you got a green light? What's next?
I don't even know.
I don't know. What color would you go to? Because blue seems to be icy, chill.
Yeah.
Anything reddish or orange is going to be
more towards the bottom.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm more impressed by 56 points in 8-minute quarters with no shot clock. I mean, when a team can freeze a guy out and he still scores 56, that's pretty crazy.
Yeah. Richard says if you gave Jelly 3 more years at UAB, he'd get that record.
Oh, probably, yeah.
Jelly seems pretty cool, says Michael. Appreciate that very much. And you guys thanking us for the interview. We thank Legacy Credit Union, the official credit union of UAB, no matter where you are in life. These folks are the folks you can depend on. They've been proving that to Birmingham and the UAB community since 1955. Our great friends at Legacy, legacycreditunion.com. Go check them out for all your banking needs and anything else you need financially in life. Great accounts for a variety of different places in life, and whether you're looking for a house or anything else. Legacy Credit Union, just great folks there. We appreciate them so much. LegacyCreditUnion.com, bringing you Jelly Walker and Andy Kennedy here on the next round throughout the year. Also part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Odie's as we get ready for another weekend. Looking for a good lunch today or Saturday. Great place to watch basketball. Coming out of the rain, Odie's is that place. Live music, too.
Yeah, I hadn't even really looked at the forecast. I know it was like in the high 50s. We got back last night. I think it's going to rain all day today. But, look, hopefully the weather breaks and you can enjoy that patio. It doesn't matter inside or outside. Incredible food from Rodney Davis. Over 3 decades of cooking it up. The award-winning wings, delicious burgers. We had lunch with our friend Ford yesterday down from the Orange Beach Council, and he was asking me, how good is that Diablo sandwich?
Oh, so good.
I said, it's delicious, but you got to be able to eat it with a knife and fork. I mean, it can get that messy.
A little sloppy, yeah.
But it is well worth it. But get NC Willhaver, that fine staff, ice-cold beer buckets of Bud Light all weekend long. College basketball, you can watch it right there. It's Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Ford told a great story about when he met his wife. He says, I'm not a bar guy or anything like that, but I do play golf every Sunday. If you need to be okay with that if we're going to get into a relationship.
Very important to establish communication on the front end.
I said, that is a great concept. You set it up pre-marriage. I still have to ask every time I book a tee time, can I go play golf? He laughed.
Yeah, see, I told the roommate, okay, here's the deal. I'm going to be going to Floribama 4 or 5 times a year.
It's not your going.
I don't play golf.
It's not your going to the Floribama we worry about. It's when you're coming back from the Floribama.
Well,
you made it back
first
this time
on schedule.
Yeah, you made it back on schedule, which was an upset because on the way down, you drove your own car solo, and I kept asking Brown like 3 times on the way down, why do you think LT, he never drives anywhere by himself. Why did he drive by himself?
Bet I know how Brown answered that.
No, he didn't. I don't know. And I said, I bet he's going to stay another day. I bet magically on Thursday, the condo is going to be available Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And somehow the roommate's going to need to be in Pensacola on Monday.
Okay, honestly, for anybody that lost a bet in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room that I wasn't going to be back, I had thought about it going down. Not until I got down there. It was two reasons I didn't. I found out that the condo was booked yesterday through the weekend. And then number 2, we are heading back out of town next Thursday.
Yeah.
And, the older I get, these 3, 4, 5-day trips, they wear on you a little bit.
So you're okay with these NBA millionaires with time management?
No.
I mean, these back-to-back roadies for you need to take a little time off.
Totally different.
You need to sit it out Thursday night when we get to Nashville.
You give me 82 dates a year that I've got to blow it out. I can do it.
Yeah,
that's all they got to do.
Really good time down at the Floribama. We appreciate those folks so much down there, and just a great time. When we come back, we will get into everything with Auburn and things going on this weekend, some big games. But still in this segment, Tyler and everyone else, Bracketology. I'll tell you what Lenardi is saying this morning. But first, I need LT, to tell us about the great folks at Gutter Cap. It's going to be one of those heavy rain days, and if you've got a waterfall coming over to the side of the house, you've got a gutter problem that is causing you thousands of dollars of damage.
Yeah, talking to my buddy Chris Stewart today, he was talking about those storms that are rolling into this area today. Look, you need to keep the gutters clean and free-flowing. The answer is Gutter Cap. It's an aluminum platinum cover system, fits over most existing gutters. It will keep debris out. It's got a lifetime warranty. You'll never have to clean the gutters again. The last thing you want to do this weekend is get the dangerous ladder out, have to get on the roof and do the dirty job of cleaning the gutters out. Make the phone call, 823-2212. That's 823-2212. Chris Stewart will come out, give you an absolutely free estimate. You've got nothing to lose. Call Gutter Cap today, 823-2212, or online, guttercapbirmingham.com.
Jeremiah in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. That was the first interview I've ever watched of Jelly Walker, but I can definitely see how and why he's so loved by UAB fans, even off the court. Jeremiah, if I look at his avatar there, looks to be an Auburn fan there. Thank you for watching, Jeremiah. Rusty says sooner or later LT will have his own room at the Floribama. Ironically, Rusty, LT was asking if we could do some kind of a challenge where he could live in the Floribama for 24 hours.
No, well, I mean, I'm just 24-hour stay in the Floribama.
Yeah, just like 24 hours on the clock. We drop you off at.
No, well, so what we'll do is we'll start the show at 9.
That's what was at 9 to 9. Yeah.
Seems like it'd be more intense if it was 48 hours. 2 days. 1 day, I think any of us could do it. 2 days becomes a challenge.
I don't know where I'm going to sleep, though.
It's going to be, you're probably only going to need that for about 3 hours.
You know, the one thing I
sleep for it out of the stickers.
Yeah.
Just stick them all together around, build a little hut.
I will say this, though. The Floribama's got about everything you could imagine and a lot of, like, hidden little things, like where they make their bushwhackers.
Yeah.
But I've never seen a green room. Like, we've got a green room where that couch, I can easily sleep here.
I'm sure there's a couch somewhere.
Well, I mean, you missed it yesterday. You see LT putting stickers everywhere, Tyler, with the
Hey, I don't know if I want to sleep on a couch at the Floribama.
You never.
Well, he says there's a
you slept on worse.
There's a top floor that is just company employees only.
Yeah, but I'm willing to do it.
Yeah, you're willing to stay at the Floribama.
You know, Tyler's gotten to the point with us now that I can't tell if he's just part of the show or if he's being serious. I walked in this morning and Scott and Tyler were back there. I said, "Morning, Scott. Morning, Tyler. Did I miss anything?" And Tyler's so deadpan said, "We had a pizza party." And I really don't know if he's being serious. Did y'all have a pizza party without us?
Yeah, we had sliced pizza the other day.
All right, so he's being serious. Wow. But you're to the point of the show now. I thought you were just screwing with me, Tyler.
Y'all had sliced pizza up here without us?
They did.
Yes, we did. Y'all were at the Floribama.
Yeah, but I felt guilty.
I will say we trumped that.
No, I felt guilty. I said it a couple of times that the three of you were not with us. I left read out because somebody has to turn the light on here. But all three of you, I said, I wish we could have had all three of you in Rockstar down there with us. And I said that.
Well, they had a pizza party.
I mean, we were on a boat drinking Bud Lights. I didn't feel that bad for you, but I did say I wish all three of you were here with us. We couldn't take everybody. Bobby clapping back at Brown.
Why?
Pistol Pete shot 44% in college and a 10-year NBA career, including long jumpers because they didn't have a three-point line in his career. So he shot 44% in college in the NBA, averaging 24 points a game in the NBA.
Yeah.
And his dad wanted to coach in the NBA. Daddy ball? Question mark.
Yeah, well, let Antoine Davis do that and I'll apologize. Find me in 10 years. If Antoine Davis has done that in the NBA, I'll apologize. I'll say it wasn't daddy ball after all. It's the only way they could win games, except they didn't win games. I mean, you got to give me, though. It's not a – Jelly just said it. It's not a formula for winning games. It wasn't for LSU and it wasn't for Detroit Mercy. But when your dad's coaching you,
Mr.
that's
B,
what's going to happen.
Who coached Pete Maravich in college? It was Press Maravich,
his dad.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a standout player. Again, I brought up Allen Houston for Wade Houston.
Terrible.
Yeah, it didn't do anything for Tennessee. Yep. Has there ever been a standout player that played for their dad in basketball where they actually, won championships?
Like on the collegiate level? I can't remember one. Could have been, but I can't remember one.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure there is somewhere.
I mean, you'll find far more that probably weren't in college unless their dad was the coach, I mean, like the Pat Knights of the world. I mean, is he playing in Indiana? Bob Knight's
Tubby
the
Smith's
coach?
Kids, but they weren't like.
I mean, they were good.
They were role players.
Yeah, I mean, Gigi was the better of the two, right? Gigi and Saul. Gigi played at Kentucky, Georgia, Saul at Kentucky.
Bracketology today. Joe Lenardi drops it out. Alabama still the number one overall seed in the NCAA tournament, according to Lenardi. He dropped that at 8 Central this morning. Tennessee is a 3 seed currently. They play at Auburn this weekend. And now there's a gap in the SEC because there's been a lot of collateral damage lately. A&M, a 7 seed. They host Alabama. Kentucky, a 7 seed right now. Missouri, an 8 seed. Arkansas, a 9 seed. And Auburn and Mississippi State are 11 seeds. Auburn and Mississippi State's positions have not changed as the week has gone on. Auburn is still, even though 11 seed, the last team with a bye. Auburn would bump up to a 10 seed if Florida Atlantic did not win the Conference USA tournament. They're holding one of the 10 seeds, but Auburn still with a bye, but an 11 seed. Mississippi State is the last team without a bye. Mississippi State right now would have to go to Dayton as an 11 seed, but there are still 3 teams into the tournament, so State's in a good place right now if they just handle Vandy tomorrow.
You know, it's interesting. Mike DeCourcy, who will join us later, covers college basketball for the Big Ten Network and Sporting News, and also is the bracketologist for Fox, does the bracket projections for Fox, and he doesn't try to pair teams up. He just says, here are your seeds.
That's the best way to do it.
I agree completely. And Mike's got Auburn in the play-in game against Nevada for one of those 11 seeds. He's got State, if I read it right, in without the play-in. So
he has State ahead of all.
I think so. Well, he does the old S curve. He's got State as the 41st team. Auburn is the 44th team. So yeah, he's got State in front of Auburn.
So we'll talk to DeCourcy about that coming up at 12 noon today Central Time in the final hour of our show. When we come back, we'll set the table for this weekend. Big games, none bigger than Auburn needing a win on Senior Day against Tennessee, 1 o'clock ESPN on the Auburn Network on great stations around the state who carry Andy Burcham and the gang there. When we come back, we'll talk about that and a lot more right here on TNR.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not for all ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Getting the whole family into comfortable shoes can be an incredible feat, but not at New Balance Birmingham. We have the largest selection and inventory of any specialty shoe store, and our fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store. Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
Spring is here, and that means it's time to prepare for moving season. Let Holly Mack Wilson guide you and help get your home prepared to sell. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all and can do it anywhere in Alabama. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or visit her website, hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your home prep expert. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
LT's about to tell us about Harbin's Outdoors, but he, in the last commercial break, says he has come up with the bracket challenge that he thinks is going to be the winner, and he ran it by the three guys behind the glass, and they seem to agree with him. We will hear it for the first time, Brown and I, and you folks, in the next segment at the end of the 10 o'clock segment coming up. Our friends at Harbin's want you to know they can take care of you, everything outdoors. And we got some pictures. I mean, just unbelievable.
I will tell you, and I told, it was 2 weeks ago, I think, when Jeremy was up here and we were talking about this, and I said, I procrastinated for like 3 years about getting a pool. And I'm so glad I did, because all the kids want to come to the pool and they want to hang out and stuff. And I wish I would have done it a lot sooner. So if you're out there, you're procrastinating. The great thing about Harbin's Outdoors, they're an award-winning landscape company. They can do everything. They specialize in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, hardscaping. Again, one-stop shop. Jeremy and his team, for your pool construction needs, they can do it all. They do it from the install to the lighting, beautiful hardscapes around the pool, everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can see it on their Instagram at Harbins_outdoors. See it for yourself today, or call or text Jeremy directly. 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. At Harbin's, you and your home are the center of all they do. Call them today for all of your landscaping needs. 205-300-0718.
Like if I got a jacked up driveway and I need a new driveway and maybe some stuff around that, you think they could do something like that maybe?
Yeah, I mean, they probably could, but, what they specialize in is doing that pool.
Yeah.
But, I mean, they do everything. Like, I can't – see, and I've got a rock wall like that. You guys have seen it.
A slide built in, though. That's cool.
But, I mean, that's the cool thing is they can custom – one of Brown's friends is the guy that custom, put my pool together the way I wanted it. He designed it. And then I had to have another guy come in to do all the landscaping. Another guy did the pavers. Another guy did the pool.
So they're one stop.
They do it all.
Oh, fantastic. Brown, you have something.
A lot of people are pointing out the McDermotts. So you had Greg McDermott, the Creighton coach.
That was the best legit I can, as far as combination of star player, coach, and having success.
And then Homer Drew coached Valpo, and Bryce, his son, who ended up being a pretty good coach too. Played for him. But
great NCAA tournament moment.
Yeah, great NCAA tournament moment.
And he actually called up a play.
Yeah, not all fathers and sons play this way though. There are a lot of sons, like for instance. Let me find this one. John says, my brother coached his son in high school. You know what? His son is the career assist leader for his school, third in career scoring, and they made the 7A finals. He played within a system. I'm not saying that every son that plays for his father. I always respected that. Like when I was growing up and you could tell that the son was playing within a system, his dad wasn't making him a star. So it's not just that a son plays for a father. I'm fine with that concept. I don't have any problem with that concept. It's when you put son above the rest of the team. And all joking aside on the whole daddy ball thing, I don't think anybody would suggest that Mike Davis isn't putting his son in front of this team.
No,
I mean, let's be realistic. He 100% is.
Jelly Walker.
If they pay $50,000 to go play in the CBI, you know he is.
I don't know. I've yet to watch 1 second of Detroit Mercy basketball.
Is Jelly Walker still the nation's leading scorer? He's not.
Not points per game. I think he's third.
Okay. Well, anyway, he's third in points per game.
Yeah.
He's had one game where he's attempted 26 shots. And Antoine Davis has done it 7 times this year, including 3 games of 30-plus shots.
Right. And
that's hard to get off.
And the record's what?
Dougie Bucket's making $13 million a year in the NBA. Thank you for that, Chris. Auburn basketball, as we teased ahead to this, big game tomorrow against Tennessee. Tennessee comes in without one of their star players. LT thinks it'll be about a 2.5 Auburn point favorite when the line comes out at mybookie.ag. 1 o'clock, senior day, all of that. And do you guys think a loss and they're out, or they still they can still do work in Nashville?
Well, yeah. Like if they went on an A&M run last year in Nashville and they got to Sunday, I think they'd have to get to Sunday if they lose tomorrow, though.
But a win tomorrow, you think they're in regardless of Nashville?
If they lose tomorrow, when do they actually start play? Thursday?
Well, yeah, they would play Thursday.
Yeah, they're out of contention, I think, if I got this right, for a chance at a double bye.
Yeah.
So they are a Thursday game, pretty much regardless.
I'll take that back. I think they'll be really, really close. If they lose tomorrow, I think they're out. But if they win 2 games in Nashville, then they're going to be right there on the bubble. They win 3, they're in.
Okay. So if they lose tomorrow, probably needs to win 3.
Just win tomorrow. I think they win tomorrow, though.
And if they win tomorrow, you think it's slam dunk no matter what happens. Yeah. Why do you think they win tomorrow? Why do you feel good about them battling Tennessee and getting the win? Is it Ziegler being out?
Yeah,
Is that it?
I think Ziegler being out is big. Tennessee has problems scoring the basketball anyway. He leads the SEC in assists. Vescovi now is not playing his traditional role, and I think they've had time to absorb this. You know, they were fortunate to play as well as they did against Arkansas the other night, but I just think this Auburn crowd, I think Auburn's going to play extremely well.
Do you guys
play with urgency?
Do you guys consider it if a team gets in Mississippi State or Auburn and they're in Dayton? Is that such a bad thing anymore? Because we have seen a number of teams go on runs after winning in Dayton.
No, I don't think it's a bad thing at all. I mean, you're in the postseason. You're got a chance to play in the big bracket.
Yeah, I like the way you're dancing there.
Well, I mean,
because I'm going to be on the other side of this.
Because we've never had a local team in Dayton.
No, I'll
where
still
where Brown is faced with being.
You're not in the tournament.
Fan favorite, but he's always said if you're in Dayton, you're not in the tournament. So if Auburn is in Dayton, they're not in the tournament.
You think Daddy Ball's a hot take? If you're in Dayton, you're playing to get in the tournament. I'll stand by. I don't care if it's Auburn, if it's Alabama. I don't care who it is.
Okay, because they made this a goofy field of 68. I believe you're in the tournament.
Well, but that aside, if you're Auburn, I think you would take that today. It means you've at least been selected and you're not playing in the NIT.
But I do think it's a bad spot. I understand we've had teams that have actually gone to a Final Four.
Couple of them.
Out of that, yeah. But you don't have the comfort of knowing exactly who you're going to play. You don't have that week to prepare for it.
But they don't either. So it's, the team you're playing. Yeah.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying even if you advance.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
I mean, that team gets to sit there and scout whoever they're going to be playing out of that game.
Yeah, you know who you're going to be playing if you win, but
and you'd rather have that full week off, I think, to prepare for everything, get the logistics straight. It's just a really rushed situation.
Well, we've seen NFL wild card teams like the Giants go all on the road and work their way and win a Super Bowl, and a couple teams made it to the Final Four. So maybe getting in there, winning a game, getting a little confidence, not having a whole week off, get that offensive flow going. Maybe it helps you. It's not ideal, though.
I think as long as you get by that second game. So once you win that Tuesday, Wednesday game,
right?
As long as you get past that Thursday, Friday game, then I think you're okay.
Yeah, you get a chance to get your legs back under you. Yeah.
Okay, one more note here locally for us in the Birmingham market. Sanford has a chance to start their run to the NCAA tournament. Cut number 3, Tyler. Cut 3, Bucky McMillan, Bucky Ball down at Sanford. An unbelievable regular season. And he has a chance to talk about just how much he enjoys March, like all of us. But for a coach and for a program like Sanford, there is no at-large bid. Going into the SoCon tournament that you've got to win the tournament.
Obviously excited to get up to Asheville because regular season closed. We put ourselves in a good position. We played really well in the regular season, conference champions. And have a chance to go play for the NCAA tournament. And I think that every team this time of year in March is excited. It's the best time of the year for me as someone who loves basketball. We all know basketball is a tournament sport. It's really kind of how are you playing at the end of the year that really matters most. And so what we can do is play, worry about us and play as well as we possibly can and just let the chips fall where they may.
Look, we're all pulling for Bucky and Sanford. I still don't understand this, and I know it's the same way in the SEC, but they're 15-3 in conference. So is Furman, but Furman swept them in the regular season. I mean, to me, it seems easy. Furman should be your outright champion, right?
I would agree with that, yes.
But they don't do that in basketball.
I know.
I don't know why they don't.
But
I think it's goofy.
Everybody doesn't play a balanced schedule in basketball. There's no true everybody playing the same exact schedule home and home.
I know, but if you do play those teams, I don't know why they don't just name one champion, but whatever. You can raise a banner at your gym.
But for them, all that matters is the conference tournament. They get started with that coming up this weekend. All right, when we come back, big time for the Pac-12. There's an athletic report out today that if they don't have a media rights deal done in the Pac-12 by the end of this month, by the end of March, that it may indicate to the Big 12 that they fire their shot and invite some more Pac-12 teams to the Big 12, thus killing the Pac-12. What the Athletics' Max Olson and Stuart Mandel are reporting today. And we find out possibly a really good bracket challenge that will go into our poll question. LT thinks he has one. All that is coming up on the show. That's being brought to you in part by our friends at Hemp Hill. Lance sends out his lock every day at the Lance Taylor, at the Lance Taylor. Make sure you're following Lance there. He's really good about sending that free lock out. And you can get winners over there at the Lance Taylor.
And we are 11-2 our last 3 days. So pretty good there. I had the opportunity to talk to Andrew at Hemp Hill. Had to set somebody up with Hemp Hill Services. They're actually coming out to their house today. Our friends at Hemp Hill Services offering a $69 HVAC tune-up. Call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill. Make sure your HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team there can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Call 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or michelson-laservision.com.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, a lot to get to here in the final 3 hours of our show back in our Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios. A great fun time during basketball season out there with our friends at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. A lot of basketball happening this weekend. We will get back into what Nick Saban has said about Alabama's scheduling. He lets leak out that he's been told, he makes it sound like it's a done deal, that Alabama's permanent teams will be Auburn, of course, Tennessee, of course, and LSU. No other teams have been leaked out to the media yet. Keeping an eye on the combine, Bryce Young saying that he will be, he thinks, in the 200-pound range when he weighs. Really interesting that Mel Kiper says if he's 195 or more, he'll be his number one overall quarterback on the board. If he's under 195, he will not, because he feels like 195, the weight, will help his frame withstand the hits.
He says he's going to be 200.
Yeah, there's rumors he's up to 200, yeah.
200-pound range.
He's going to eat some of those weights. You remember the fishing tournament where the guys got busted?
Dude, they had fishing weights inside their fish?
Yeah, well,
it's a 12-pounder.
An old Andy Griffith Show skit where they put in a minimum weight for deputies in North Carolina back then. In the weight, Andy put a big chain around Barney, and when he got on the scale, just so he could make weight.
Yeah, I really am interested to see, because he didn't even look close to 200 pounds when we met him. There are ways to put on this weight, and we've always said that's kind of a dream thing to be able to put on.
I wish I could do it, yeah.
If we'd have just had him with us for the last 3 days,
he would have been fine.
I gained 4 pounds. And Alabama has him listed at 194 in the book. That would have got him to 198 just hanging with us.
Seriously, if his agent just would have rolled him down to the Bama and let him just do a diet of bushwhackers and burgers.
You hang with these boys. Yeah. I could fatten him up.
Bushwhackers, and burgers, that would put it on you. Absolutely.
He's going to look a little different with the when they're parading him around. They're herding him around in their underwear, though, and he's got a gut.
Yeah, he'll look like me at that point.
Or Mac Jones back then.
All right, this hour of the show being brought to you by the guy who is redoing Brown's bathroom.
My wife went on the search to find the best bathroom remodeler she could. Look, you only want to do this one time. And when I tell you my wife is thorough on this stuff, she looks at recommendations online. She looks at people's ratings. She'll reach out to people that have rated them and used them and said, can you give me some behind the scenes? And with all that information, she selected Brad Bell, A-plus tile home remodeling. And he's going to come do our master bath. He came out, he gave this really good estimate. He was so thorough in what he did. But here's one thing I learned from him. When my wife was doing this, you automatically get the ads of the one-day bath remodels. So they come in, they replace the shower, they replace the tub, they do some stuff. They do it all in one day, and you would think, okay, I'm going to sacrifice some quality there, but I'm going to save a lot of cash because they're doing it one day. I was stunned to find that Brad routinely runs across people who've gotten those quotes, and the quotes are double what he's quoted. Double for one day of work. Does that make any sense to you? And by the way, you're getting less quality with those. Do not fall for that one. Call my man, Brad Bell. I'm going to give you his number right here. If you don't get it right now, reach out to me on social media. I'll be glad to help you. You're going to see some before and after with our bathroom. 205-422-1758. That's his mobile number. Huntsville and Mobile, he can help you too. 205-422-1758. That is Brad Bell's number. A-plus tile and home remodeling. Listen, if your wife is ready for that master bath, or if you are, Brad Bell is your only call. 205-422-1758.
We'll get into what Owen Popo of Auburn and Nolan Smith of Georgia did on the 40 yesterday at the Combine in just a second. But first, back to Bryce Young, the guy who could be projected or is projected to be the first quarterback off the board, could be the number one overall pick. Gets a lot of questions as he rolls through the interview process up there at the Combine. I will tell you this. If you look at the screen right now, just give me the frozen screen. It looks like he's standing behind a next round set.
Oh, it does.
Yeah.
I like that. Yeah, we're sponsoring the Combine this year, guys.
Thank you. We're sponsoring that Combine.
Yeah.
But Bryce right here gets asked about, your height, your weight, and all that. A question that you can tell he's answered about 62,000 times.
Bryce, your entire career, your size has never stopped you from succeeding. Can you tell people why you feel like it would never stop you in the NFL from succeeding too?
Yeah, again, I've been this size, respectfully my whole life. I know who I am. I know what I can do, and for me, I think it's fair. Everyone can speculate and ask whatever questions are necessary, but I'm going to continue to control what I can control. Keep working my hardest to put myself in a good position, and I'm confident in myself. I know what I can do, and I'm just excited to get to that next level.
That's Bryce Young up there, and he's exactly right. I'm here at the NFL Combine. I played in a national championship. I won a Heisman Trophy, and I was this size.
Yeah, and I don't know why it feels like to me there was more left on the bone for Bryce Young. And I guess it's because he didn't win a national championship. Not his fault.
No.
Not at all. I mean, a couple of receivers don't go down against Georgia. There's a good chance they get there. And, this year was just, I don't know. How would you explain this year?
Disappointing.
I mean, he was really
not
good.
him,
Yeah.
not him disappointing, but overall disappointing.
Just didn't have that sporting cast.
And I know you've got, I mean, the NFL has got their standards for a reason, right? I guess they have, over time, they have been proven right, or it would be stupid to keep those standards if you continually are proven wrong. So there's a reason that Mel Kiper is saying 195 no go, 197 a go. I mean, 2 pounds seems ridiculous. As you pointed out, I can gain 2 pounds in a day.
That's right.
I mean, it just seems ridiculous, right? It seems ridiculous. But I understand they have a reason that they have those measurements and they have those standards. And I guess it has held up over time. But it would seem ridiculous that somebody would be willing to draft Bryce Young at 200 but not at 195.
Yeah, because realistically, he's not going to play at 200.
No, I mean, even if he put on the weight to get to 200 for this combine, I mean, he'd go take a good crap and be back down to 197. It's just it's baffling to me that they get caught up in these measurements like that.
Carson and Patrick says if he's been this weight his whole life, his mom must have been a warrior at 5'10", 194.
That's a tough birth.
Ding. That's pretty amazing there. And Chris says Bryce Young's height is this year's Joe Burrow's small hands. Remember, we were worried about Burrow's small hands?
I kind of agree with Chris.
Kenny Pickett too, right? Kenny Pickett.
Yeah.
Remember, because they kept saying he wears gloves because his hand's too small?
I'm more worried about Kenny Pickett's talent. Joe Burrow has proven that both he's talented. Will Levis, by the way, we don't have audio of this, but he just said this earlier today on why he's projected high right now. Why risk it? Why throw at the combine?
Right
with
now,
Levis? Yeah.
Well, Mel Kiper's got Levis in front of Bryce Young.
Yeah, so Levis gets
Or
asked
in
the
front
question.
of C.J. Stroud, one of the two.
So Levis gets asked, "Why are you throwing here, man? You're projected already. You as first round guy. Why would you come up here and risk it?" He said, "Quote, because I have a cannon and I want to show it off." End quote.
I like the confidence. I got to say, I do like that confidence. If he's my quarterback, I want him to be that confident.
But where's the ball going to be going?
Yeah, what if he sit there and just overthrow everybody by 20 yards and say, "Man, I'm sorry that your fastest receivers can't keep up with my cannon."
Y'all got to get me some faster receivers out here.
We're going to need faster receivers.
Yeah, I remember Dan McGuire had an absolute cannon out of San Diego State, Martin McGuire's brother. And he went like 4 or 5 to Seattle. And I don't know if he started more than a game in the NFL.
Bobby, speaking of Kenny Pickett, is Dunaway going to lose a stake on Pickett being an NFL quarterback? If he gets more wins than
No, I think I already lost that stake.
No.
I think it was Kenny Pickett will start a playoff game before any Bucs quarterback will. And then Tom Brady came back.
I think I have a different stake bet as well that Kenny Pickett has that Samantha Ponder's husband. What's his name?
Oh, yeah,
it's Christian Ponder.
Christian Ponder has more career wins than Kenny Pickett.
Yeah, that's a safe stake win unless something tragic happens to Kenny Pickett.
I mean, Joe Theismann's career ended like that.
I know.
So I'm not cheering for that, but
no, not at all.
It's just a point. Yesterday at the Combine, I want you to, first of all, Owen Popo, linebacker, Owen Popo of Auburn. He goes 4.46 in the 40. 4.46
That's
in the 40. Will Anderson, a linebacker, he runs a 4.69 and doesn't run again. He says, "I'm good. I'll stand on my time and my tape." Derek Hall goes 4.57. But it was the edge rusher, little bigger guy, edge and defensive end guys, where Nolan Smith of Georgia throws down what was first believed to be a 4.39, later time corrected to a 4.44. And watch through the eyes of the Georgia players who are watching this live on the NFL Network. And just in the video, you'll be able to see how fast Nolan Smith goes. But this ends up being a 4.40, and his teammates in Athens watching this goes absolutely crazy. Look at that speed as an edge rusher or defensive end. And the crowd goes crazy there for Georgia. And just to show where he ranks right now, 99th percentile for people his size in the 40, 99th percentile for people his size in the vertical, and 96th percentile for people his size in the broad jump. He was already projected 19th and 19th overall, first round guy. There is a chance that he rises up after what he has done at the combine.
For a league that loves measurables as much as the NFL does, that ought to get some people's attention right there.
He was going to be a first-round guy anyway, a high first-round. But Owen Popo is the guy that really – I mean, he had the best 40 time for a linebacker.
Yeah.
I thought he was a good college player. When he's clocking a sub-4.4 40 as a linebacker, that's impressive.
That's really impressive. But Nolan Smith has the tape to match, and that's it comes across as a knock on Owen Popo. I don't mean it as one. Nolan Smith was a better college player than Owen Popo. I mean, those are just facts.
What were the knocks on Henry To'oTo'o?
I mean, in college, just on his college tape, I think he got pretty heavily criticized for his inability to cover the pass out of the backfield, and that's you get asked to do a lot of that in the NFL.
And he's a little undersized for middle linebacker position where you're getting blocked by a lot of big guys.
Undersized.
Shedding blocks and speed.
He ran a 4.62 with him being undersized. I think I don't know where To'oTo'o goes.
Yeah, again, if a 4.62 tells you what, it's tougher for you to keep up with guys out of the backfield, right? So, I mean, if that is already a knock of his, and then you throw the speed in, it is tough on him.
All right, so that's the NFL Combine that happened yesterday, continues on through the weekend as the players are on the field now doing all their stuff that they do throughout this. We'll get into the bracket challenge unveiling that LT has for us here, but don't forget you can be part of our bracket challenge up here as well. See if you can beat all of us up here on the show. Everybody, all 10 employees will have a bracket. We'll have a spot in there, but go ahead and secure your spot so you're not left out in this QR code that you have on your screen now. It's Charles Barkley's Final Pour bracket with the next round and our friends at Redmont Vodka, your chance to win Chuck's Bucks and a lot of other great prizes. Make sure you've got your spot reserved. Go ahead and QR code that thing and make your way over to nextroundlive.com, and we'll send you an update when the bracket's ready to be filled out.
Hey, our buddy Tully came in yesterday. I think he goes back and forth between Mobile and Brown. Who was it? He had his beautiful daughter with him yesterday.
Yeah, I think at Mobile and the Gulf Shores, Orange Beach area. Yeah.
He's going to be in Nashville next week. He said he's going to drop by and see us at Losers. But anyway, he showed us a picture when he was in Turks and Caicos of a Redmont vodka bottle that he had put on the side of an infinity pool.
Yeah, it was a beautiful picture.
Yeah.
And, Redmont Vodka making it worldwide thanks to our friends here at the Next Round, right?
And it is available in 20 states right now. Ask for it by name. If they don't have it, tell them to get it. Again, the weekend is here. Pick up a bottle. They're aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection, 8 times distilled, available at your local package and ABC stores. Again, pick it up today, Redmont Vodka.
By the way, Landmine Believer, what's the current stake total? Dunaway, I'm +8. I, deep into Bud Lights the other night. Felt like it was intense in Coleman Coliseum as I watched it on television. I made a stake bet with LT that the Alabama students would rush the court after winning the SEC championship. And that did not happen, so I lost a stake there. So down to 8, and it keeps dwindling.
Oh, yeah.
Hang around long enough, and I'll be back paying those things off eventually. But speaking of paying things off, most of our bracket challenge payoffs over the years between the three of us has been executed by this guy right here. But last year, Lance had to hit the road.
I did.
And some good high moments he enjoyed, some down moments as any challenge has. And you think now you have a bracket challenge. Does it involve electrocution or tasing? Because I am out on any of that.
So you shared it behind the glass. Everybody liked it?
No physical pain. Yeah,
okay.
I think they liked it. I don't know if they loved it. The reason I did this is I was just in break. I was looking at our friend Sally's Instagram.
Okay.
And I came across that Eric Church dude has a new song called Man Made a Bar.
All right.
And what about if the loser has to write 10 country songs and record them by June 1st?
10 seems excessive. I would knock that down to 5.
I don't think it would be that difficult.
I mean, hell, Morgan Wallen does them 36 at a time.
Yeah, he's really good at what he does, too. None of us are songwriters.
We know they're going to be terrible.
Yeah. I mean,
does that not seem like a punishment? The worst part is writing's going to be a pain in the ass, but recording?
Yeah. I mean, we got recording equipment here. It is not going to sound good. What, we're going to get Rockstar to play with us?
Yeah. No, I may. Are
you going to go a cappella?
I may spend the money and go down to Rockstar's friends and
have a full band.
Jim would. He would 100% do this.
Rockstar guitar, and I'll get the old auto tune and try to correct it a little bit.
I don't think we can use auto tune, can we?
All right, so we make the rules.
Lunsford ruling back there?
We don't think so.
If I'm in, I can't help it. If I spend the money and I go get a little, what's it called? A
voice lesson?
No, I can't sing. I mean, no voice lesson will help. A little studio time. If I go book a little studio time.
So what do you guys think? Is that?
I mean, I think you're discounting how hard it is to write a song. I mean, if you want it to sound stupid, we can sound stupid. But I mean, if you're
the
like
Walker Hayes guy had to write that Applebee song in a minute.
That's one song. Yeah. Now do 9 more. You know, I mean,
I'll just bring this up. And Big Earl from the 4BAM is really good at what he did.
Right.
But when he said that they stopped selling CDs.
Yeah.
Well, no, before they stopped selling CDs, he had to keep churning out new material. So he'd make the drive from Orange Beach to Pensacola every day. And he would write a song on the way over, and he'd write one on the way back. So he was writing 2 songs a day.
He was. Again, now that's a guy that does this for a living. As I pointed out to Jim about Morgan Wallen, we don't do that for a living. So I think it's going to be significantly more difficult than you're thinking. I mean,
I would say 5 songs. How about 5 songs?
I think 10's excessive. I would say 5.
Okay. Is it a good challenge, though?
It would be. I think we throw it into the mix and see if it makes
So right now, I've got 3. I've got Polygraph, Testicle Festival, and 5 country songs.
Yeah.
We need a 4th.
Taylor's keeping the whole list of everybody. You keep them rolling in. Taylor will pick them off as you send them in.
Yeah, I'm going to say there are going to be some things in what Taylor is curating here that are going to be they're going to be maybe even better than these. We haven't even seen those yet.
Yeah, I would tell you, Lunsford's got a great point. If we did make a CD, if we make it CD length and we sold it, and all the proceeds goes to charity.
How do give me Lunsford's mic? Lunsford, can we monetize the download somehow? How are we going to do that?
Well, I mean, once you get it on Spotify or Apple Music, I mean, it's all monetized. It's just very low.
Okay,
I mean, you have to get like legit plays to make any money off of it.
But we technically could put them up on our nextroundlive.com website where you could download it from there, right?
Yeah, I mean, we could do that. I mean, I was just saying, if you want to make money from it, you could sell it off of the website, digital downloads off the website, or do like if you do it through Bandcamp, I think like it just says give whatever and you download it, so it can be a penny or it can be $100 and say it's all going to a certain place.
Yeah, I like that. That's a great charitable aspect to that.
Now, we're not going to make everybody happy. Andrew says Polygraph is a horrible idea. Corey says this is a horrible bracket challenge. I vote no. So, I mean, not all of you are going to be happy with it.
He said what? I feel you can't write one good country song between the 3 of you.
That is probably true.
Well, that's not the point.
Yeah, they're going to be bad. I mean, don't expect them to be good. I know Jim thinks he can.
I don't.
I'm going to accept that mine are going to be awful.
I mean, I tried to write a song one time. Now I was only like 12 or 13, and
did you go to school back in the day?
Well, I mean, I had no friends, so I was at the house by myself a lot.
But you're playing concentration by yourself.
Yeah,
You've got basketball league, wiffle ball league.
I know, but the basketball was at night. I mean, we didn't have afternoon weekday basketball games. Those games were always at night in prime time on NBC, or what did I call it back in the day? NB. I had a fake TV station too.
Of course you did.
No,
it's going to shock you.
You probably had the USA Network before the USA Network.
I did have Gym TV for a little bit. Did some high school basketball at Thompson on Gym TV.
I like that, Gym TV.
Yeah. Gym TV. Yeah. We had a cool logo. Ironically, it looked a lot like ESPN's logo, except it just had Gym in it.
Yeah, Andrew did crack back, and he said the experience for the person getting polygraphed is awful, not necessarily the idea.
Yeah. All right, we roll on as we get ready to talk more college football in the next segment. Brownie's got the clock rules that are being considered, and some more big college football news that's out there. Bromberg's brings you that diamond, that perfect diamond. They've been bringing you that perfect diamond for all of your diamond needs, especially when you're ready to pop the question with the one that's going to be with you the rest of your life.
Yes, 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. Since 1832, family owned and operated. They are your diamond specialists. Get in and see them. Bromberg's also thrilled to be the official Oris jeweler, introduce another fine timekeeping brand to the Birmingham community. Oris founded in the Swiss town of Holstein back in 1904. Today, Oris, one of the small handful of Swiss watch brands that makes only mechanical watches. Mechanical watch, thing of beauty, designed according to the principles that have been around for generations and will continue long into the future. An Oris watch is an item built to last and provide a lifetime of enjoyment. Go online, brombergs.com/watches/Oris.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Spring is here, and that means it's time to prepare for moving season. Let Holly Mack Wilson guide you and help get your home prepared to sell. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all and can do it anywhere in Alabama. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or visit her website, hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your home prep expert. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeo.usa.birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State Map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Back with you on the next round. Jay Price says loser has to get a body part waxed. That's every week to me, Jay Price. We almost had a tattoo while we were down to Floribama.
I don't know what happened with that.
Well,
it's weird she didn't follow up.
Yeah,
I'm shocked, actually.
Yeah, she said yes, and then we never saw her again. It's not the first time that's ever happened to me either.
But you know what? I guarantee we'll cross paths again.
You think so?
Yeah,
and you'll bring it back up?
She literally works at the Floribama.
Yeah.
And you're a regular.
Really.
Yeah.
We'll get it done.
Okay. Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends right there at the University of Montevallo. I'm having a little eye issue. I'll go ahead and tell you.
Did you get punched last night? Maggie punched you when you got back home?
I've never had pink eye. So I worked with somebody once before who had it one time, and it looked miserable. Forrester tells me it's miserable. He's had it once, I guess, before. I've never had it. I don't know if I have it or not. But
no, I don't think you do.
I woke up. It was puffy. It was almost swollen shut because I slept so hard last night being back in the bed. You know, I rarely sleep 9 hours. I went 9 hours, and I don't think I moved. And I think I slept with the pillow pressed into my eye all night long. But I am sitting here, and it's blurry. That's why I wore my glasses to start the show.
Do you think in the dome you were staring up at the bras too much and some particles fell in your eye?
That's possible.
Well, I mean, I touched every part of the Floribama and other parts of Orange Beach and Gulf Shores all weekend. And then there was bathrooms on the drive back. I mean, I try to wash my hands as much as possible, but who knows? Who knows? But I don't think it's pink eye, but maybe it is. May need to go see the doc after
Good
the show.
segue to Montevallo, right?
A good segue to Montevallo, where, ironically, 6 years of college, I never once had pink eye at Montevallo. But I did somehow manage to get a 2.0 grade point average and eventually graduate. If you're looking for a great place for your son or daughter to go to school, it's the University of Montevallo. Wonderful, wonderful campus life there. Great sororities, fraternities, theater department, great music department, a lot of great Alabama teachers. Rolled through the University of Montevallo Business School, Broadcasting School, and 21 NCAA Division II fully funded sports. Check out Montevallo's schedule and in-person tour, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. All right, Brown, when it comes to college football, one big offseason discussion, and from what I've told, if these rules pass, we're going to implement them for this upcoming football season. What are the rules they're actually considering right now?
Okay, so it was, you guys had a very negative reaction when we brought up these proposals, and one of the proposals was clock continues to run after incomplete passes. You did not like that.
Do not like that.
It is not being suggested.
Very
It's
good.
not being recommended. Here's what's being recommended. You can't call consecutive team timeouts. So in other words, icing the kicker is now,
Don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, you got one timeout to ice the kicker. Penalties at the end of the first and third quarter just carry over. You don't have the untimed down anymore, which only makes sense. So those are easy. Those will probably pass. And I'm going to guess if this one is up, it's going to pass too. They are going to recommend, the NCAA Playing Rules Oversight Panel, that the clock continues to run after a first down like it does in the NFL, except for the final 2 minutes of either half. So for most of the game, the clock will run on a first down. That will only be different in the final 2 minutes of the half. I found it interesting. Here is the quote from this head coach, who is is co-chair of the Rules Oversight Committee. All right, I want to see if you can guess the coach. So this coach would be on board with these rules changes, by the way. Quote, this rule change is a small step intended to reduce the overall game time and will give us some time to review the impact of the change from this head coach.
I'm going to say it is Jim Harbaugh.
I am going to say it is Dabo Swinney.
It is Kirby Smart, Georgia head coach and co-chair of the committee, is the guy that is heading this up now. So you got to think Kirby is a guy that's like, yeah, we're on board with this. I like this, which I don't know if that's interesting or not. I found it interesting that Kirby I had no idea he was head of this committee. So he's the guy that is kind of pushing this through, and also apparently the guy that was probably among the people that was like, yeah, I don't like this whole clock running after incomplete pass. We're gonna draw the line somewhere. We'll let it run after first downs, but not after incomplete passes.
Eddie says it seems like we're just moving to the NFL, so go ahead and give us a 2-minute warning.
Yeah, I don't know how I would feel about that. I
don't think I'd like it.
Do you like it in the NFL, though?
Yeah, I don't mind it in the NFL. I think we all just get conditioned to tradition and the way it is done in certain things.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but to your point, if we're only going to stop it after 2 minutes, blah, 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 we're going to implement all these clock rules. It seems like just for management purposes, for the referees, the clock operators, and everybody, we should have a stop at 2 minutes and put those in play after the 2-minute warning. So I agree with Eddie. What the heck, if we're trying to do the NFL model anyway, which is to squeeze this down into a window, let's go ahead and do the 2-minute warning anyway.
I think, people, the last 4 minutes of an NFL game, I remember one time you said you were in a newsroom. I don't remember which newsroom you were in. But
CBS 42.
Yeah, CBS 42, and they were showing a game. Like, it's got 4 minutes to go. And you're like, do you know how fast the last 4 minutes of an NFL game moves?
Fast.
And they're like, oh, we got plenty of time. You're like, y'all don't have plenty of time. You really need to get after it.
And I really started that newscast by myself.
Yeah, because somebody didn't understand how slow the last 4 minutes of a college game is and how fast the last 4 minutes of an NFL game is.
Yeah. My co-anchor and your first alert weather or whatever we were will join us in a second. But first, your top story, which wasn't my read, but I'm going to push my way through it with words I can't pronounce.
I haven't rewritten it to stuff I can say.
So you really were on set by yourself.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
Well, I mean,
because
again,
it went from when they were saying that at 4 minutes, and I don't think we're dressed for the show yet, and it went to 2 minutes without a stoppage. They stopped at 2 minutes, and then the game was out of hand, and it was.
Oh yeah, I mean, if the game's over in the 2-minute warning,
there were no timeouts, and boom, goodbye.
Yeah, so I that's what we are moving to in the college game. I don't know if we would ever do a 2-minute warning in college football. I guess that's designed in the NFL to create anticipation, right? I mean, it gives you that extra timeout. It does force coaches sometimes to make difficult game time management decisions. So, I don't know if there's any benefit of it outside of stuff like that. It guarantees I'll tell you why I guess they have in the NFL, it guarantees a TV timeout in the last 2 minutes of a game, right? And that's going to be most of the time your most watched part of the game is the very end of the game. So once college football figures that one out, you probably will have a 2-minute warning.
I mean, you guys can just get off the commercial bandwagon.
What do you mean? Reduce commercials? Never
El
happened.
Tigre stop taking a commercial after every change of possession in college football. They don't necessarily do it after every possession.
They do a lot of them.
But they are paying for college athletics now.
Yep.
They literally, everything in college athletics now, it would not exist without the television product.
Yep. No, you're never, ever, ever, ever going to get rid of that one.
Yeah.
That's there forever. It is. I mean, they're not going to go back on commercial breaks. So I know y'all love to hammer on that one. And I get why, but it's never happened.
Yep. It is the TV networks pay for everything.
Yep.
Everything.
Yeah, but again, a 2-minute warning adds a guaranteed commercial break in a lot of times the most critical part of the game. So you may get that one day.
Our friends at Peachtree Planning Financial, Peachtree of Alabama, LT's people, he'll tell you how important they are. And then we'll get into how the new rules in baseball, we played 1 week of games. I've got some numbers for you on how those new rules have changed everything.
Look, financial freedom is security, or financial security is freedom, however you want to look at it. Bad financial investment can set you back. I'm speaking from experience. It can wipe years off your retirement. That's why you need to talk to our friends at Peachtree Planning of Alabama. Peachtree Planning is an independent financial services firm dedicated to assisting clients with their greatest financial concerns. They offer comprehensive wealth management, financial strategies to clients all across the country. Doesn't matter where you are financially right now. You need that free audit. And our friends right there at Peachtree Planning, Mark Burkholder, Clay McDowell, they can do it for you. They give you an unbiased complimentary audit, your current life insurance, investment, retirement planning. That's Mark Burkholder, Clay McDowell, Peachtree Planning of Alabama. Give them a call today. Great guys, local guys, 205-965-3437. That's 205-965-3437.
Entire college football segment coming up in just a second, but we've played 1 week of spring training baseball games with the new pitch clock, the bigger bases, and the no shift rules.
Okay. 3
big rule changes. All 3 of them have changed the game. The average length of these spring training baseball games have been 2 hours and 37 minutes.
So what was that? Do you know average last year? Probably 3 hours, 5 minutes or so, something like that?
I would say a little over 3.
It was over 3
For regular
hours.
season games, probably a 3-hour average, yeah.
So 2 hours and 37 minutes is what these averaged out at.
We're trimming 20 to 30 minutes off a game.
Yeah. I don't mind that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's a significant change. It's a significant change. I don't think it's a painful change.
3 hours and 8 minutes, says El Tigre over in the Vulcan.
So 30 minutes.
Half an hour.
Over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room over there. So a half hour off the games. The bases being bigger, did you think that would lead to any changes? It has, Brownie. Stolen bases are up because you can take a slightly bigger lead because you're still closer to the base, plus you're closer at the other end as well.
Yep.
So basically, I don't know if it's 1 step, 2 steps you've taken off of stealing a base, but stolen bases are up and attempts are up because success rate is up.
I think a stolen base is an exciting baseball play. So I'm fine. If it makes people steal more bases, I'm okay with that. I think it's an exciting play.
I think another thing helps. I mean, you can only attempt one pickoff.
Yeah,
right?
That's right. That's another thing. Yeah.
So once I've used that pickoff, I can get way off the base now.
But Brown, that I like stolen bases, but I don't want them to be automatic. I don't want it to be like the Philadelphia Eagles going for that first and short where you can't lose. So I'm sitting there going, if this is a problem, we may have to go back to where I can throw over to first base all I want.
Yeah, and that is the problem because I think the success rate for stolen bases is already pretty high. And now I'm going to say it cuts down a foot. You think about how many bang plays there were.
It seems like every stolen base is a tough call.
And if you shave a foot, basically, I mean, that's a big difference.
It is. Yeah. And Jay Price says it's about to expose some catchers with bum arms, too. I mean, if you can't throw a guy out, you're going to be tested more and more.
Yeah. At one point, like in Tim McCarver's a bad example, but back in Tim McCarver's days, catchers were not counted on all the time for great offense. Oftentimes in batting orders, you had, unless you were the Johnny Benches of the world, you had catcher hitting eighth, pitcher hitting ninth before the DH, because some of them were back there for defensive purposes only. Shortstops, catchers, and pitchers were not considered big hitters back then, and that changed.
As JM Dog says, Acuna and Harris about to go buck wild on the bases.
Yep. Balls hit in play because of the no-shift rule, way up.
Good. I mean, again, it's an exciting play. A base hit's an exciting play, or a double's an exciting play to me.
Maybe it's because we didn't grow up with the shift, but I never liked the shift.
Didn't either. And my team, I think, started it down in Tampa, and I hated it
Your
too.
guy, Joe Madden, was he the mad scientist that started this?
But Max Scherzer says he's all for the pitch clock. He thinks now he can dictate the pace of the game.
But he was a fast worker anyway.
Yeah.
Max Scherzer has always been a fast worker, in his days of Detroit and Washington and with the Dodgers. So I can imagine a guy like him would like it.
Since this is probably our only baseball segment today, I want to get two other things out. Major League Baseball, the owners are starting to push desire to have a baseball salary cap like the NFL. The Players Association says,
no, thank you.
No chance.
Yep.
No chance. We will never vote for it.
Well,
never vote for
I mean, I know the Players Association will never vote for it. It would be for the betterment of the game. You look at how competitive the NFL is. You don't have – I mean, you got bad teams every year, but even the bad teams play a lot of competitive games. The games are more competitive. Now, look, that's 17 games versus 162. So it is a bit apples and oranges.
Buster Olney will be with us, in a few weeks. Can't wait to talk to Buster about some of these changes as we get into the season. But that salary cap is a huge deal. And the Padres – have signed $1 billion worth of contracts just this offseason. I assume there would probably be some salary cap issues.
Yeah, I mean, probably so.
If they had signed $1 billion off season. And the Braves, I think, have done a good job of signing their young talent long term. But on the front end right now, they may be pushing the cap, where on the back end, maybe they aren't. But that's, maybe you would attack things a little differently. They do have the luxury tax, but, people just go over that, and the Yankees and the Mets and people like that pay all sorts of money. The last thing I wanted to point out, and this blows me away, Keith Law, who ranks the top prospects for the upcoming baseball draft, I don't think I've ever seen this. 21 of the top 30 prospects are playing college baseball.
No, I've never seen that.
Yeah, 21 of the top 30 prospects are playing college baseball, mostly in the SEC, by the way, but are playing college baseball. The number 1 and number 2 overall picks, outfielder Wyatt Langford at Florida and LSU's Dylan Cruz, also an outfielder.
Yeah, I would have thought back in the day, I shouldn't say back in the day, but recently 60-40 high school.
Yeah.
But I don't know that for a fact.
21 of 30 already playing college baseball for the upcoming draft. It's a big change, big shift there. I wonder if NIL money
Boy, I just can't imagine there's that much in college baseball, though.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't keep up with everything, but I haven't seen a ton of big announcements on college baseball NIL money.
Yeah, and I've heard some numbers with some of these football guys, and it doesn't blow you away.
Okay, whole college football segment coming up, but I'll never get back to this, too. It's a hockey thing, NHL.
Oh, my.
The Red Wings traded Tyler Bertuzzi last night to the Boston Bruins. And the Bruins were already by far the best team in the league, and they get Bertuzzi now. The Bruins are plus 425 to win the Stanley Cup outright. How big of a favorite is that? Plus 425.
Well, no, you're getting $425 back on your $100 investment.
Yeah,
and I even took a look at this. I haven't watched the Bruins this year, but they're on pace to have maybe the best single season in NHL history. And I know a lot of 7 and 8 seeds advance when it comes to the Stanley Cup playoffs, but
it seems more unpredictable usually than when it's all said and done, the NCAA tournament.
But I mean, look at Boston. I mean, just breaking these numbers down, they're 25-2-3 at home. They're 23-6-2 away. They've won 9 consecutive games. They've got a plus 103 puck difference. I mean, this is obviously one of the best teams, regular season teams we've ever seen. So plus 425 seems like pretty good value.
Guy who's covered the NHL for 30 years for the Boston Globe calls this the best hockey team he's ever seen.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So 425 is not that extraordinary? Plus 425?
So like
what was?
Like Alabama going into the college football playoff 2 years ago, maybe?
Yeah.
Probably plus 2 to 1 going into the playoffs.
So is that 4-1 plus 425?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think you're getting value there. I think it's a pretty good play.
I thought it'd be minus 425 for it to be 4-1.
No, minus 425 means you've got to lay $425 to win 100.
Okay.
This is you put up 100 to win 425. I didn't realize how many
It's amazing you're this many stakes up right now.
I don't pay attention to anything, man. I go all gut.
No, but
all gut, man.
It is a pretty significant difference. Yeah, I mean they are crushing it compared to everybody else in the NHL.
Andrew says, "Hate the damn Bruins." # Go Habs Go. Thank you, Andrew. Love that. All right, when we come back, college football to the top of the hour. Final hour has Mike DeCourcy with us and Brother Kane's Damon Johnson in studio with his guitar. We'll open up the lounge since Rockstar's gone and let Damon Johnson play us into the weekend. We're looking forward to that. That's our Michelson look ahead, brought to you by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision.
969-8100, that is the number you need to write down. Find out if LASIK is right for you. If you wear the contacts, you spend money, you waste money on contacts and solution each and every year. I'm speaking from experience. I did it myself. I didn't realize I was legally blind. I had 2200 vision without contacts. After I got the procedure done, 2015 vision, better than 2020. I've still got that. 2 decades later, make the phone call that I made, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You've got zero to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. Again, 969-8100 or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
For more than 40 years, Wayne's has been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Ryan Brown here from the next round. From the mosquito and termite protection to giving me that lush lawn that is the envy of my neighborhood, Wayne's does it all for me. When my neighbors on my street see that shiny yellow truck, I bet they smile. I know I do, because Wayne's has been taking care of my lawn and home for years and doing all the things I don't have time to do. For more information, check them out online. Call Waynes.com or call Wayne's at 866-WAYNES1.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Landmine Believer, do you guys have a tornado plan? The line of storms will be there in about an hour. Don't think it will get too bad, but you never know.
We're in a fully glass building.
Yeah, so the answer is no, we don't.
We are in a fully glass building.
No, I mean, really, I have no idea where you would go in this building. I don't think you have a spot. Stairwell, I guess?
Stairwell's my plan, yeah.
There's going to be a lot of people in that stairwell.
Yeah, it's going to get nice and warm.
Yeah.
And they're going to rely on us for all the alcohol.
Crowded. Yeah, that's true. You might want to pack a bag.
It's a normal Friday around here.
Yes.
We'll probably get a pretty good station, though, if they allow us to do that.
That's
Like,
right.
Hey, you just give us this room. We'll
That's
bring
right.
drinks down.
That's right. We're gonna need good placement here for the alcohol.
Yeah, we'll pass it down the line. You guys go to the lower floors. We'll stay up top and just keep passing it down
Tyler
the
will
line.
work for tips.
That's right. You're running down to the first floor to the bankers down there. I do not know the tornado plan we have here. Reed has not properly trained the staff for that. I don't think it wasn't part of my
second shot at Reed.
I mean,
my introduction.
he never hesitates to roll him under the bus.
I did not get that in my employee handbook, my tornado plan. Part of the show being brought to you by the wonderful folks at New York Butcher Shop. We were talking state bets early on.
We need one this weekend at least.
Once the rain gets through, we will roll into a good grilling setup this Saturday and Sunday, and you can get the best meats at New York Butcher Shop.
Again, our buddy that we met yesterday, Ford, down on Orange Beach, said he was in town playing golf last week. And he said, man, I've heard you guys talk about the New York Butcher Shop so much, I stopped and got one of those sandwiches. I said, there's no way. You guys saw how thin he was. He does the triathlons.
Yeah, he's cut up, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He said he ate the entire thing.
Mm-hmm. I could.
And that is a challenge, though. That's a big sandwich. Just incredible. You can make it yourself right there at their sandwich kiosk. So don't forget about that. They've also got a great selection of fine wines and desserts with all of the certified Angus Prime steak beef steaks, burgers, premium pork chops. 2 locations to serve you. Cava Heights and Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality. Well done service.
Okay, quickly through some college football news as we approach the hour here. By the way, UAB starts spring drills coming up on Monday. Trent Dilfer's first team down at UAB. If I asked you how many offensive starters return at UAB, you want to take a guess?
4.
I was going to say 4 too.
4 is dead on, guys. Do you know how many offensive linemen return for UAB?
I'm going to say 0.
I'm going to say 0.
0 is the correct answer.
We're hot, Lance. Let's go.
Yeah, 5 defensive players, a total of 9 there. So they will be rebuilding with a lot of folks down at UAB this weekend. Gary Patterson announces he's walking away from Texas. He did it as basically a 1-year, wanted to go and learn from as he said, guys who had been at Alabama and Washington and sort of be a sponge for a year around the Texas program to see how they handled recruiting in the NIL. At age 63, Gary Patterson says he accomplished what he wanted to with the 1 year, and he's going to go spend time with his wife and his kids and his grandkids.
Well, that's just kind of a weird choice that I want to go learn a lot, but then I'm going to retire. I mean, you can't believe he's finished forever, right? Why would you go learn a lot if you're not going to use that information?
I have no idea. And he said the right things when TCU made it to the college football playoff. Look, I'm pulling for these Horned Frogs and stuff. But I wonder how deflating that was, that he had such a long 2-decade-plus run and never was to get TCU to those heights. And Sonny Dykes, who hadn't had really success anywhere, year 1 rolls in and takes them to a college football playoff.
But he got so much praise, too, for what Texas did, like against Alabama and other teams. It seemed like his stock was pretty high. So, I don't know. I can't believe he won't coach again after having done that.
But when you're not on the ESPN set,
you don't look as smart.
And you're not anywhere, I mean, if he's just off all season, I don't know if when jobs open up next year, if anybody will think about probably then a 64-year-old Gary Patterson. Miami's Jason Taylor moving from an analyst role, former Dolphin great, to being an on-the-field coach with the Hurricanes. He'll coach defensive ends. Now to the story I told you about with the Pac-12. Reports in The Athletic have that George Kliavkoff has until the end of this month to come up with a media rights deal. According to their sources, that they have sort of set a deadline with him to try to get the best deal he can by the end of this month. If those numbers are underwhelming, their sources tell them the Big 12's ready to strike and extend offers to Arizona State, Arizona, Colorado, and Utah.
So the 4 corner schools, they're going to keep them together then.
Yep, and bring them in, and they connect to the map already of the Big 12. And that would leave Washington and Oregon, 2 premier programs out in the wilderness at that point, because if those 4 schools accept, there's not much left in the Pac-12.
There's nothing.
Yeah,
left.
wait,
I mean,
you
the
start-
Pac-12 dies.
Well, yeah, but Washington and Oregon still are very viable programs, the best left in the Pac-12.
Yep.
So they would find landing spots somewhere. What you worry about is Washington State and Oregon State. Do they go Mountain West now?
Yeah, or
Probably so.
And Stanford and Cal,
Yeah.
and those schools like that. But if you're the Big 12, who's already got a pretty good media rights deal set up, if you get the opportunity, you can almost make the kill shot and then force the hand of the Big Ten maybe to absorb Oregon and Washington. I guess they would be open to negotiate at that point with just about anybody. On the flip side of that, the ACC is in an interesting position because I told you last week about our friend Michael Alford, the AD at Florida State, in front of his trustees, telling them it would take about $120 million to leave the ACC early. Clemson has gotten into the conversation as well. It seems to be that Florida State and Clemson are saying some of us schools, particularly Florida State and Clemson, deserve a bigger cut of the media rights that we have so that we can keep up with the SEC schools and the Big Ten schools. And that would take some of the agreements, the lesser schools giving up some of their money to Clemson and Florida State and maybe some others to keep those schools happy. They have a grants of rights deal through 2036. So most people do not believe that if Florida State and Clemson even could leave the ACC, they'd be attractive to anybody because they could not collect any media rights money until 2036.
Yeah, and this appears to be basically them saying we want the Oklahoma-Texas treatment.
That's right.
That Oklahoma and Texas had more cut in the Big 12 because they contributed more in the Big 12. And basically the Big 12, you're nothing without us. And to a certain extent, I think Florida State and Clemson could make a pretty good argument of that in the ACC.
I think you could. There's a lot of teams in the SEC that could have made it for years.
They
The
could
SEC,
have.
I guess, just had so much more money than everyone else. It wasn't a big deal that Vanderbilt was getting the same as Alabama.
Well, they've always felt that even division is the strength of your conference because it makes the lower teams equally as good on a competitively speaking. What's really interesting here, there is a belief, Brown, NLT, that the ACC will approach ESPN and say, we know we're locked into this deal, but it is so inferior to everyone else. It's in your best interest, ESPN, to renegotiate this and pay us money to keep the ACC afloat and competitive so that you've got a better product.
Yeah, you're going to have to show the games no matter what.
Yeah, basically, for you to reinvest into us by giving us a bigger deal, we know it's going to cost you more money, but it's going to keep us competitive, giving you a better product, and keep us alive, giving you a better product. I don't know what the ESPN folks will say to that. We've got a contract and you're down to it, but I can understand why the ACC would ask.
I mean, it feels like Clemson and Florida State are playing a little bit of a game of chicken here, right? To see if anybody flinches. But even if they don't, to your point, I don't know, without their media rights, how marketable are they? I mean, if I can't, like Lance, if the SEC today said, yeah, we'll take Clemson and Florida State, now we can't share your games. I guess you could. You still got an ESPN deal. Maybe it gets a little murky, but we don't make money off of it. I mean, hard pass for me. Thank you.
Bobby says, I expect the Big 12 to just go ahead and send me a consulting invoice. Those are exactly the 4 schools he said they would eventually get last summer. Bobby, thank you for jumping into the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Troy says they could start their own Northwest Hippie Conference, the NHC, with the Washington and Oregon schools there.
Did y'all see that Cal Berkeley video yesterday?
I did not.
I did not. I was driving.
Could you see them?
I know somebody had to see it back there. One of you guys see
what's the subject of it? What's the subject matter?
This dude just had a mental breakdown and he caught himself on fire. But he's like walking and like people are trying to put him out, like putting jackets on him and stuff. And the dude's up for like literally like 2 or 3 minutes just walking around.
On fire?
On fire. And somebody comes up and throws a bike at him, which was really weird. Forster, I didn't understand the whole bike toss.
Yeah, there's a lot going on in that video. I didn't understand the bike either.
But it's a legitimate video, and the guy has got second, third degree burns all over his body. When they finally put him out, a store owner came over with an extinguisher, and he was like, leave me alone, leave me alone.
That happened when I was a kid in Jacksonville. Some guy set it in protest of something. I don't know what he's protesting. Set himself on fire in the square in Jacksonville.
I'd rather have the picket sign.
Yeah, I tell you what, there are not many things I'm passionate enough about to set myself on fire.
Listen, if I'm picking squares to do a protest, I would start with Times, maybe go Tiananmen. I would not do Jacksonville, Alabama. I don't know how many people are going to see my protest.
That was just a block from Brothers Bar, Jim. At the right time, it was pretty crowded.
There was a million comments, and I was trying to figure out what was going on because the first time I saw it was on Twitter, and I eventually Googled it, and I found out it was a legitimate story. But on one of the comments, because after watching the video a couple of times, and the guy comes up and throws a bike at him, somebody was like, I can confirm I'm a firefighter. Best way to douse a fire is with a bicycle.
I mean, well, I mean, if you can't get the guy on the ground to put him out, knocking him down with a bicycle seems like.
I don't know. Can we show the video?
Yeah, it seems a little raw.
I don't know how the guy's doing.
Well, I mean, as of last night, he was still alive. He got himself on fire. Okay.
Can we show it if we put the TikTok teenage filter on it to make him look like he's in his teenage years?
What about during trash? I mean, that's a legitimate story.
It just seems a little heavy for trash. Guy got himself on fire.
I guarantee we've had worse than a dude
an
burning
issue
himself.
with like street fight videos, so I don't know how they'd react to a guy being on fire.
That's a good point from Tyler. Look at Tyler, my gosh.
Hey, top of the hour here now. Precision Sports bringing you this part of the broadcast here today. Tell us about the great folks at Precision.
2023, new year, new ways to contact your favorite precision sports medicine and orthopedic provider. Remember the number 205-512-3885, the website precisionsportsortho.com/2023. Maybe you tweaked that shoulder, putting up the decorations. Maybe you hurt the elbow, shooting a hoop in the driveway. Let 2023 be the year. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, they get your life back on track. Orthopedic care better together. Find your provider today. Again, call 205-512-3885 or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Today I have some tips on how to stay healthy. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fitting on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. Our in-store fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe so you get the perfect fit. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
This hour of the show brought to you by our friends at Champy's world famous fried chicken. Highway 119 in Alabaster. Man, after a week on the coast, some great seafood down there. Looking forward to swinging by Champy's maybe this weekend and getting a little southern fried chicken. The po' boys, the Mississippi Delta recipe tamale. It's been a while since I had some of those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales from Sterling and the crew there. Swing by there. It's on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Open for lunch today, open for dinner tonight. Great to go orders. Great for an office meeting too. Why not? And if you're driving, spring break's opening for a lot of people. If you're driving through our state, stop at the Alabaster exit, gas up, and swing by Champy's, have a great lunch, and then hit the road back down to the beach. Same on the way home. Makes the drive home so much better. Our friends at Champy's. Chicken.com. Sterling's one of the great guys down there. Last night in basketball, Matthew Mayer scored 24 points for Illinois as they won in double overtime, 91-87 over Michigan. Michigan, by the way, in a 6-way tie for second place in the Big Ten. They're all clumped together there. But I bring up Matthew Mayer because he's good, A, but he was questionable leading into the game because he had spent some time in the hospital for something I didn't know you could get, caffeine poisoning.
Uh-oh, I'm in trouble there.
Caffeine poisoning. Here's Michael Mayer before the game yesterday on what happened in his life.
Coming off of Sunday, how do you feel like you guys have responded, and what's been the internal conversation going on?
I've actually been sick the last few days. I had caffeine poisoning. I literally had 6 monsters the day of the game. I only had 1 before, but I had 5 after because I like a caffeine-induced euphoria to play video games in. And so I could barely get out of bed the next day. It was like basically like a caffeine hangover, and so this is my first day of practicing since then.
Yeah, now he goes for 24 after that. Tyler, I'm not judging a book by a cover.
Well, he was shaking his head.
But you do look like a super energy drink. Obviously, Ghost is our energy drink up here, zero sugar, wherever you get your energy drinks. But when you consume energy drinks, 6 seems like a lot.
That is way too much. 600 milligrams of caffeine a day is enough for a caffeine overdose. The energy drinks he was talking about, I believe they're 200 to 300 a can. So
look at two reference Tyler just spitting facts.
That's crazy how much stuff he knows, and I can't find the milligrams of caffeine here on this Diet Coke. I think I'm okay.
Back to Matthew Mayer though. I don't understand why he transferred from Baylor to Illinois. Because he was a good player at Baylor.
He was, and you're talking about Baylor just being in a better place in the basketball universe than Illinois.
I mean, Baylor right now is a 2 seed.
Yeah, Illinois fighting to get in.
They're on the bubble.
Yeah, fighting to get in. Big win for them against Michigan last night. Some other reaction to games, LT, since you're really tight on the bubble here. Brownie, jump in too. UCLA beat Arizona State last night. Arizona State was trying to fight their way in. Arizona beat USC. Arizona and UCLA play each other this weekend. UCLA still fighting for that 1 line. Arizona's easily in the tournament. But much like Auburn at Alabama, you didn't knock Arizona State for losing that game last night, right?
You don't knock them. I mean, the game's in Pauley Pavilion. You were a double-digit dog. You did get run off the court, though.
Yeah.
And lost by 18.
Purdue beat Wisconsin. Wisconsin's not good this year. Purdue beat them 63-61. This Purdue team is just plugging along and doing just enough to be successful.
I mean, they escape the Kohl Center with that 2-point win. Zach Edey, again, big numbers, 17 and 19 rebounds. I was telling you, though, watching Wisconsin, and I don't know how they continue to get these 3 stars from around the state and be relevant because they are on the bubble, too. They continue to lose these tight games down the stretch, losing at Michigan on Sunday, losing this game against Purdue. But I think this is going to be a really good Wisconsin team next year, watching what they've got coming back.
The weird thing is the numbers Edey puts up in the games that they struggle to win or the games they end up losing. It's not like they lose a game and he has crap games. They lose a game and he has double-double. And they still are struggling to win some of these games.
Yeah, I think that shows you lack of support.
I agree. I agree completely.
Jeff Jeffy jumps in our Vulcan Tire and Automotive Twitter feed at Next Round Live. Mayer looks like he knows where to steal copper up in Winston County.
I agree completely.
No, Mayer does. He looks like a guy that we probably, if one of us has to go to the Testicle Festival, we might be elbow to elbow with that guy to bar.
We may be fighting for the last testicle.
Yeah,
in line.
I mean, what is the benefit of being on a caffeine euphoria to play video games? Do you know this, Tyler?
I know that there's some energy drink companies that have made like 300 milligram drinks before, specifically for video games, for extra focus and all that. But
I mean, there
it's
was
too much.
I will say, I really thought Cocaine was better with the THC euphoria.
What?
Cocaine Bear.
Oh,
I'm saying.
I thought you said I thought cocaine was better when it happened.
Yeah,
I was like,
I missed the bear part of that.
I did too.
Cocaine Better was better. Being a little euphoric, I would say.
Oh, Cocaine Bear, yeah. I got
like I've been to a Fish concert, I've been to a Widespread concert. I've only had alcohol with me, but everybody else looked like they were having a good time on whatever they were on.
It was a little bit of a tongue twister because you did it again. You said Cocaine Better with.
Okay. Cocaine Bear.
There you go.
Is
Got it.
better with a euphoric high.
Very
By
good.
the way, I think Cocaine Bear is slaying the box office, isn't it, Lunsford?
It did $23 million on opening weekend domestic. Is that good?
This time of year, yeah. I mean.
Oh, what's out? What else is out right now?
Yeah, February weekend. Yeah, that's really good.
South Alabama and Troy won as well. I did not get to see the Bruce Pearl because we were down at the Floribama yesterday. We heard it, played it a couple of times from the Auburn Sports Network down there and our friends there. But Forrester also has cell phone video. Is it all linked right here, Forrester? It's okay. This is all synced up. So you get to see, you hear Bruce again, you get to see his reaction as he walks off. First of all, hats off. Guys, I apologize to folks who are on crowd control at Coleman Coliseum since I'm an honorary member of your team since Neyland Stadium this year. I apologize I was out of town to not be there to help control the crowd, but you guys did a heck of a job of protecting Bruce Pearl and the Auburn folks to get them off the court. Here's Bruce on the Auburn Sports Network, now synced to where we can see Bruce from cell phone video.
It's hard out tonight, Bruce.
Yep, we played well. We played hard. We should have won the game. Very, very disappointing. Obviously they made some plays. We had a hard time staying in front of them. At the end of the day, I'm just sick and tired of our guys getting smashed down there. Smashed. We played hard. It played well. If that's the number one team in the country, come on the road, a hostile environment. But we needed that one to get the NCAA, and we didn't get it. Dylan Cardwell's hurt. He's probably not going to play against Tennessee because of his injury. We need his physicality. He got fouled down there at the end of the game.
Coach, just talk about what Saturday represents now.
We'll get ready to play Tennessee. We were incredibly outmanned at the end. Had 4 guys on the bench in foul trouble. Joke!
I mean, that is rough. I like the fact that Auburn Network just showed us some random dude's crotch the entire interview at first.
Well, no, the first cut was the only one that I had seen. I hadn't seen
I
that one.
I had not seen that one.
And I
too.
thought the guy hanging out with the lanyard was Bruce Pearl at first because he's got the same figure as Bruce Pearl. Can you go back to that first cut?
Yeah, so the slam down, though, I mean, it is a violent slam down to that headset.
I'm not sure the Auburn Radio Network started to GoFundMe for a new headset, but.
Yeah, they're going to need it. What are you talking about, Lance? You're talking about the first shot?
Yeah, the first shot that was.
Oh, okay. The first of it, Tyler. Yeah, so
I
you
thought the guy on the right.
Oh, that's Andy Burcham.
Yeah.
You thought that was Bruce. I got you. Yeah.
It was shown from the other side.
Yeah. See, I agree with you, LT. I thought that was Bruce standing up. I thought we just had an Andy Burcham crotch shot the entire time. I thought that was.
I don't know whose crotch we're getting on the left there. We're getting some random dude's crotch shot.
I thought that we were going to see the headset slam down right there.
You thought it was just going to come into the picture?
Yeah. I mean, really, the bank
joke.
The bank sponsorship right there is really working as a
cushion.
The ability to block explicit video is what that's doing. Bruce got a game tomorrow against Tennessee, 1:00 right there on ESPN in a game that you think they'll win tomorrow.
I lean that way right now.
Even if Dylan, we don't have an update on Dylan. Bruce meets the media today, as does Nate before they hit the plane to Texas A&M. But Bruce will meet later today. Maybe we'll get a Dylan update. Cardwell will get game time decision, whatever it is. Even if he doesn't play, that extra body in a big defensive struggle, you still like Auburn.
I still like Auburn. I don't think Cardwell will play. I mean, that is the definition of a really bad high ankle sprain, just watching him go down and how much pain he was in. So I don't think he'll play, but I still think Auburn wins this game.
Jeff says then he was stopped by 2 Bama fans for a selfie before he walked in the locker room. Actually, it was not a Bama fan, Jeff. It's actually one of our first intern ever, MK.
Auburn grad.
If we Auburn grad. And her dad is just an Alabama grad and a big Alabama season ticket holder right there on the court. He's got 2 daughters, one that goes to Alabama, and as he refers to her, the other daughter who went to Auburn. And that's her stopping Bruce off the court right there.
She had no idea he had just unloaded on officiating on the Auburn network and slammed the headset down, and not 15 seconds later, he's like, "Coach, can I get a selfie?"
Look, he's just gritting.
Oh, he is so pissed still.
Yeah, I'm sure she was very nice and said, I'm an Auburn grad.
I would hope, yeah. I mean, if I'm Bruce and I think I'm stopping for a random Bama fan, I'm even more upset
Well,
about
I would
it.
be like, you're an Auburn grad sitting on the floor.
Not wearing orange and blue.
At a Bama home game.
Yeah.
Long story, Coach.
That's when you say, my dad's an Alabama grad, and
Get this. My dad told me when you guys were up 17, blowing an impossible lead to switch seats with my sister, and it worked.
Where you go, Coach?
It wasn't anything to do with the shitty officiating. It was the juju that we switched seats.
What I'm hoping is she said that I'm an Auburn grad. I'm hoping she did not say I'm an Auburn grad and a former intern of the next round. Ryan, Lance, and Jim. Yes. Not to be associated there with that upset moment.
She should have asked about Stevens Vizsla. Nelly.
I'm sure that was great timing for that.
That would have worked out wonderful. All right, Dr. B, before Brownie tells us what's on the line for Auburn other than the NCAA tournament tomorrow, seeding at the SEC tournament. Brown will lay that out for us after LT shows us the follicles that are going towards the sky today, thanks to Dr. B.
Yeah, Dr. B also wants to remind you, not only is he helping out with the hair, he's got a new opportunity for you. Dr. B offers Sensus Transdermal Infuser. This enables Dr. B to get various medicines and therapies into the scalp where the hair follicles are without using any injections. This is revolutionary as Dr. B can pinpoint delivery of a patient's genetically specific products without needles. Again, I'm going to get this procedure done in the next couple of weeks as I continue to get the hair thicker and thicker. Last time we met Dr. B, hair was already 14% thicker. Dr. B pioneered the use of NeoGraft hair restoration in Alabama, remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast. Again, if you're starting to lose it a little bit, starting to thin out, Dr. B is the guy you need to go see. Dr. Beckenstein, you can reach him today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316 or T3hair.net. That's T3hair.net.
All right, so Blake Lovell, who works for at 14 Southeastern, which covers the SEC, has done the seeding scenarios for the SEC tournament 3 through 10 seeds. So for those that don't know, the bottom 4, they're going to play Tuesday night. Doesn't really matter a ton. They're not
locked
doing anything.
in.
Yeah, they're locked in.
Yeah.
Top 2 are Alabama and Texas A&M 1-2, no matter what happens in College Station. Bama 1, A&M 2. So 3 through 10 is what's really up for grabs in this final Saturday of SEC basketball. We won't run through all of them because there's 33 different scenarios based on winners. But we'll talk about Auburn just real quick. And all of these scenarios would occur if Auburn wins Saturday, and then it depends on who else wins. Auburn's top seed, according to them, their top available seed is 6 in the SEC tournament. And in each of those scenarios, the 3 seed would be Kentucky. So Auburn as the 6, that first game, that Thursday night game, is going to help Auburn absolutely none. It's just going to be one of those where it'd be detrimental if you lost. But assuming Auburn needs wins in Nashville, as the 6th seed, they would get the winner of the 11-14 game. Like I said, that's not helping you at all. Bad team. But you would advance then to play the 3 seed. So you get Kentucky, which just ran you out of the gym in Lexington.
You do not want Kentucky in Nashville.
I would think that too, but, it's a game that gets you in the tournament. The most common seed for Auburn, the most common possibility is a 7 seed. In fact, they're pretty much either locked into a 6 or a 7. A lot of the 7s would have them playing Tennessee as the 3 seed. A lot of the 7s would have them playing Kentucky. There's a few that would actually have them playing Missouri. So the possibilities for Auburn basically in that second game, if all of this is correct, I'm putting a lot of faith in him by doing this segment this way, your basic basic possibilities for Auburn are playing Tennessee, Kentucky, or Missouri in that second game. So that's going to be a game Auburn, if they need help in Nashville, they're absolutely going to have to win.
Who would the team they'd be playing on Thursday night, though?
It's going to be, if they're the 6, it would be the team that won the 11-14 game.
One of the 4, Georgia, South Carolina.
Yeah,
LSU and Ole Miss.
And if they're a 7, they get a 10 seed. And I didn't touch on that because, and I guess I can real quick, there's a bunch of different possibilities for a 10 seed, but you're going to be getting like Mississippi State, Florida, teams like that, which, again, if they're the 10 seed, they're probably not helping you either. The real help for Auburn is going to come on that Friday game. So the point of that is you're looking at probably playing a Tennessee, a Kentucky. There's a chance of a Missouri, but the biggest likelihood is Auburn having to beat Tennessee one of these 2 games here to get in the tournament, either Saturday or in the second round of the NCAA, or their second game of the NCAA tournament on Friday.
So that's Nashville next week. We'll be up there for our Friday show next week, which would be a big day of college basketball, especially if Auburn's still alive. Alabama would be in action, and we work our way towards Selection Sunday. And on Selection Sunday, thanks to our friends at Redmond Vodka, we'll also be out at Walk-Ons on that Selection Sunday, the 280 location, as we watch the selection show.
Yeah, looking forward to that. We will be with our friends at Redmond Vodka. The weekend is here. Pick up a bottle of that. But I forgot what time we're going to be out there.
We'll be watching the selection show, and then we'll be live right after the selection show.
Yeah. Am I supposed to do Redmond Vodka here?
No, not at all. We were just talking about being at Walk-Ons and promoting where we're going to be next week, Nashville. And
looking forward to that. Yeah, Nashville to Walk-Ons, and then we'll be on location next Thursday, Friday, possibly Saturday as well.
Yeah, for the NCAA tournament down at Birmingham. All that coming up in the near future. LT's got trash for us when we come back. Hang in there. We get ready for a big basketball weekend. I'll tell you some of the games that are the key to some big Selection Sunday numbers when we come back as well. This is TNR.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, help you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have high arches or flat feet, Red Wing has the comfort solution for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Back with you on the next round. Part of our show being brought to you by the great folks at Manscaped. Take care of all the business head to toe with Manscaped, especially before you go on a vacation trip, like down to the Gulf Coast, right? I had to make sure I knew I'd be ripping off the shoes on that big boat. Had to make sure I'd manscaped the toes and top of my feet so LT didn't call me out on it.
Did you call him out, Lance?
I did not.
No, I took care of it. I was hairless.
Yeah, I didn't even really notice his
like
feet.
a cat?
I was literally bare feet.
Hey, they do, by the way, have a brand new product. They are sending us some, and I can't wait. The new Weed Whacker 2.0. They just introduced it last week, a premium ear, nose, hair trimmer that's got the improved steel blade, taller, wider slots that better catches the hair in your nose and in your ear so you don't look like that hairy old man out there. Weed Whacker 2.0. Look for that. Don't forget the Beard Hedger. I used it this morning. Keep the beard nice and tight against the face there. What it has is it's got the adjustable guard. I just dial it around, and I keep it on a 3 right here on the chin, maybe a 2.5. But what the guard doesn't do, it doesn't pop off and gap my beard. If you've ever tried to use a beard trimmer where it's got the removable guards, man, they can pop off so easily. Then you have a mess. You don't get that with the Beard Hedger. And then, of course, the lawnmower, taking care of the undercarriage for you. All of that right there at Manscaped. And it doesn't just come with a razor. It comes with great accessories as well. Like, for instance, the Beard Hedger, the beard shampoo and conditioner, beard oil, beard balm, all right there. It's like 3 gifts in one box, really. Go get 20% off right now and free shipping when you go to manscaped.com and use code TNR. That is TNR at manscaped.com. 20% off, free shipping, manscaped.com when you use code TNR. Whether it is the Weed Whacker, whether it's the Beard Hedger, whether it's the lawnmower, all of that with all the accessories right there at manscaped.com. Use code TNR to get 20% off your order and absolutely free shipping right now at manscaped.com.
Michael, I used to think the same thing, man, when I start growing hair out of my ears. But, dude, it happens.
They'll never know if you get the old Weed Whacker.
Listen, eyebrows, nose hairs, the ear hairs, it just comes with age. Let me tell you, that ear hair, it is a constant battle. Wish I had a dime for everyone I've cut over the last 2 or 3, 5 years. Interesting note here. We can't show it, LT, so I'll say that up front. But it's a 2-minute and 17-second video that Juju Smith-Schuster has put together, clapping back at A.J. Brown of the Eagles. He takes a shot again at Bradbury, A.J. Brown, the whole Eagles coaching staff, Jalen Hurts. This is a production. It's like a movie. Like it has...
Well, Juju needs to be saving his money.
A.J. Brown says, don't let that ring get your ass kicked, is what he basically did. He threatened him on 2 different tweet bags. But it is on TikTok.
Have you seen it?
I have. I watched it this morning.
So 3 videos that we can't show now that I want to see.
So 2 minutes and 17 seconds. It's open. If anybody would like to go watch it on their own time, they can do it. 2 minutes and 17 seconds. It has reenactment. It has some game footage in there, which is why we can't show it. He does a reenactment, and it's long, where a guy is taken hostage at a mailbox, thrown into the van. 26 years earlier, it cuts to he's in Beijing, China, being tortured.
My God.
This is all done by Juju Smith-Schuster?
Oh, yeah. And I think he plays most of the characters.
So bizarre.
And it is insane. So go check it out. It is a TikTok video for the ages. But there, Juju doesn't have a team right now. He may end up on a different team. And I agree with Landmine Believer. Let's put Brown and Smith-Schuster in a ring leading into a Jake Paul undercard.
I mean, I would watch it.
Oh, no doubt. A.J. Brown, not me, by the way. Yes.
Yeah, Brown would be A.J. Brown would be a significant favorite.
Oh, he looks like he could pummel somebody.
But at some point, Juju is going to be on an NFL team this year. If it's the Chiefs, they play week 1. If it's not the Chiefs, I'm hoping it's in the NFC East. I hope he ends up a Giant, a Cowboy, or a Commander so that he has to face those Eagles twice. He will leave the game on a stretcher.
Well, all three of those could use him, by the way.
Yeah, but he would leave the game on a stretcher.
You think the Eagles would have A.J. Brown's back enough?
Maybe not early on.
Right.
But after you watch this 2-minute and 17-second video, I mean, it goes in and takes a shot at A.J. Brown's wife when she was looking at it has a lady in stirrups with, I think it's Juju as the doctor, saying, I've got a little problem with the sonogram. The baby's fine. But it goes back to where he hit something the Chinese was looking for, and it's showing up inside his wife on the X-ray.
Wow. Who wrote this script?
David Lynch.
It is insane.
Craziest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, I gotta go watch it. 2 minutes. It may be in Sundance or short films.
I think the chick that worked at McDonald's, the big chick that I showed you yesterday in that fight, would have a better chance against A.J. Brown than Juju. She looked like she'd be a tough out.
That was a beatdown as well. If you want to go see that video as well, we're not showing that, not because of NFL video.
One titty comes out.
That is boob out. Boob out situation. That gets us to trash time. Away from all our sports headlines and away from Juju and A.J. Brown, we go to trash with LT. Hit it, Tyler.
So this morning I went to lift. I came back. I took a nap. I woke up from my nap. My balls and my nutsack were exploded.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, did the new year add to your financial uncertainty? Let the experts at Mortgage Right help get your financial house in order. Their team of experts can make sure you're prepared for anything 2023 may bring, including freeing up cash for the things you need to get done. With locations in Birmingham and Leeds, Mortgage Right offers a variety of loan products, fast and free pre-approvals, and reliable hands assistance that will help you take advantage of all available home buying and refinance options. With Mortgage Right, there is no middleman. You can trust that your files will never leave their office. Take control today. Visit Mortgage Right at their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply online, mortgageright.com/TNR, or call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Now, thanks to a video asking Kentucky for Kentucky, a state-devoted souvenir shop in Lexington, to name their price, Ripley's Believe It or Not is now in negotiations to purchase Cocaine Bear.
Like the movie? Movie rights?
The taxidermied bear.
Oh, the bear from Waylon Jennings?
Yeah. That inspired the film, based on a 175-pound black bear who consumed 75 pounds of cocaine. Responding on Instagram, Kentucky for Kentucky commented, quote, "Oh, it is so on. Bring on the Brinks truck, baby." But Ripley's has some competition. Since the film's recent buzz, Kentucky for Kentucky has received multiple offers ranging from $10,000 all the way to $300,000.
It looks like he's crying a sad cocaine tear out of his left eye.
Got some gunk in his eye, doesn't he?
Now, Ripley's polled their social media audience on whether or not they should try to purchase the bear. 78% of their followers voted that they should add it to their collection. Cocaine Bear has gone on quite the journey since he was discovered in 1985, from storage facilities to pawn shops, even by the way of Waylon Jennings, as you just mentioned, Brown, finally landing at the Kentucky for Kentucky Fun Mall in 2015.
Weird name for a mall, and I don't know, man. This whole I mean, I remember when we first did the trash story, but this whole obsession with this Cocaine Bear is pretty fascinating to me.
You going to see it tonight?
You know, I am not. I don't think I'll ever see it, Lance.
My best chance of seeing it was with you that night.
That's right.
I did not make
it. The time has passed for you, hasn't it?
So you would have gone with the Floribama folk on that Monday night screening, would you?
I mean, if we rolled in and you said, hey, we're all going to that, I would have gone just for the good times. I would go just about anywhere with Steve Powers and his wife.
Oh, man. You know, ice cream, I don't know why you got to get all crazy with the flavors. Would you guys agree with that?
I would agree. I mean, I think we've probably discovered most of the good ones.
German Ice Cream Parlor has expanded its menu with a skin-crawling offering. Cricket-flavored scoops with dried brown crickets on top.
That's a hard pass.
I have no idea why we're so fascinating with eating crickets or wasp or bugs or whatever.
I think they're high in protein.
I mean, I could care. Why are we doing this?
Now, the unusual confection is available at Thomas Michelino's store in southern Germany. Michelino has a habit of creating flavors that are far outside of Germans' typical preferences. In the past, he's offered liver sausage and gorgonzola cheese ice cream, as well as gold-plated ice cream for $4.25 a scoop.
By the way, it sounds like a horrible business plan to offer flavors that are out of the norm of what your customers usually desire. That doesn't sound like what Baskin-Robbins was all about back in the day.
I guess it's free pub for him, though.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, we are discussing him. Not that I'm going to go to his shop.
He went on to say, I'm a very curious person. I want to try everything. I've eaten a lot of things, including a lot of strange things, and crickets were something I still wanted to try, also in the form of ice cream. He can now produce a cricket flavor due to the European Union regulation that allows use of insects in food. Good for that.
I mean, that doesn't sound good, does it?
My gosh.
The use of insects in food.
No, it sounds like, what was the movie with Chris Evans, The Train, Tyler? Snowpiercer. Yep. You're back at the train, you ate a lot of insects. Now, the EU already allowed locust and flower beetle larvae as a food additive. Michelino's ice cream is made from cricket flour, heavy cream, vanilla extract, and honey. He tops it with dried whole crickets. You take out the cricket flour and the dried whole crickets.
That's not bad.
That's right.
Yeah.
Sounds fantastic.
They went on to say it has a surprising yummy taste.
Again, we have so many yummy things. I don't need something that has to be surprising to me that it tastes good.
Another customer, Johan Swarze, also praised the ice cream's creamy consistency, but added, quote, you can still sense the cricket in the ice cream.
Yeah, I don't want to sense a cricket in my ice cream.
I really don't either.
Sounds like summertime.
I do like the cicada sound, though. I do like that.
We got a suspect who stole an American Airlines bus from JFK Airport, led police on a chase across the city, was jailed Thursday on felony charges. Bershawn Kilden, 43 years old, stole the bus, drove it at least 15 miles across multiple New York City boroughs. Around 1:40 a.m. on Wednesday, airport employee followed the bus, alerted police. Suspect drove the bus on roads, including Grand Central Parkway in Queens, FDR Drive in Manhattan, and across the Brooklyn Bridge into Brooklyn. When the vehicle was pulled over, the driver was arrested without incident. According to the police, suspect was the only person on board. No injuries or damage to other vehicles or property was reported. You think you guys could drive a bus pretty effectively?
You know, I really don't know. I was wondering that. Like, is it automatic or is it a stick? Do you know? On a bus?
I have no idea.
I mean, if it's an automatic, I got a shot with a stick. It's going to take me a minute to figure out where the clutch catches.
The key's going to be the turning, right? I think anybody's going to be good straight. It's the turn because it feels like you got to go wide out, right?
Oh, yeah, I'd take something out. Because I don't know if you remember our old location where we did the show. When you'd get to the bottom of the hill and you were at that light, sometimes the bus would be turning.
Oh, yeah, and you'd have to back up sometimes,
You'd have to back it up.
Mm-hmm. Or they
were just going to hit you.
And they were professionals.
That's right,
and they did not give a dang about hitting you.
I do know
if I was Birmingham City problem.
If I was driving a bus like that, I'm going to stand out a little bit. And that's what you worry about when you're running from the law.
Yeah. And by the way, a full glass front like they have, I know they do that for vision so they can see. That doesn't seem like that's very protective of me in an accident.
I would agree.
Feels like I'm
or in a police chase.
Yes, that's right. Yes, that too, Tyler. But, generally you're just driving that gym around the airport properties. I don't think they worry too much about that.
Florida man convicted of buying a Lamborghini and other luxury goods with a $2 million in U.S. government loans meant for struggling businesses during the pandemic was sentenced Wednesday to 6 years in prison in order to pay back the money. Valesky Borozzi, 28 years old, who dropped out of high school, became president of a company known as Borozzi Solutions, Inc., was found guilty in December of wire fraud, money laundering, and identity theft by a Fort Lauderdale federal jury. They said that various loan applications totaled more than $4 million. Borozzi fabricated prior year business expenses, net profits, employee payrolls, submitted bogus IRS tax forms to secure the payments for himself and other people, according to the indictment and trial evidence. He then used the tainted money to buy the Lamborghini, fancy watches, designer clothes. Borozzi showed off his exploits while stealing from the Paycheck Protection Program, posting social media shots of himself driving the exotic Lamborghini and flying on a private jet. He boasted on an Instagram account with over 110,000 followers, touted himself as an immigrant success story.
Can I just make a point? If we're putting him in prison for 6 months, we're not getting our money back,
Well,
right?
I think the money's been spent. Yeah.
Yeah, but he's.
I mean, you could probably.
He has been ordered to pay it back. Now, whether or not they ever get it back.
Yeah, you could probably. They could probably seize some. I'm sure he's still got the Lamborghini. You're right.
Yeah. So I mean, we did go and take the
I would
Lamborghini
hope.
and the watches and
I
the
hope-
suits and all
yeah,
that,
I
right?
hope that's the first thing you do when you show up with the warrant. You go ahead and seize that stuff so he can't sell it.
Now, he has touted himself as an immigrant success story, arriving from Haiti a decade ago, working his way up from custodial job at Walmart to regional vice president of a credit repair company that reportedly racked up $3.6 million in sales, according to court records. Also started his own exotic car washing business.
Exotic car washing business.
That's what they say.
He was his first customer.
But yeah, they says all items, the watches, the Lamborghini, they've all been seized.
Oh, that's good. There you go.
Yeah.
We're a step ahead of old Valesky.
So we're getting some back, but not all of it. I mean, I know we were turning out checks as fast as we could, right, to try to save America during that time. And obviously some was going to fall through the cracks, but I do wish we would have checked it out a little bit. Good headshot, though.
Also, in this picture that he posted on Instagram, he's talking about not being able to afford an extra sweet and sour sauce at McDonald's, but he was just stealing all this money. He's like, I used to not be able to afford sweet and sour sauce. Now look at me.
Now look at me.
I thought it was complimentary. If it's not, don't try to steal it from the big lady yesterday at that McDonald's.
Yeah, I'm surprised they're charging for the sweet and sour sauce. That is surprising to me.
By the way, they should. I mean, would you be against the U.S. government publicizing cases like this to try to deter other people from trying to steal?
I think that, yeah.
Shouldn't they do that headshot of him on the left there, him standing in front of his headshot, and then have a side-by-side of him behind bars?
Holding up the...
I mean, and that just be plastered on billboards?
Yeah. I got no problem with that.
Here are interesting movie facts that Tyler is putting together for us. First one we've had before, but it's still really interesting, especially if you love the movie The Godfather. The cat in The Godfather was a stray. Francis Ford Coppola found the cat in the studio, handed it to Marlon Brando before the shot. Cat loved the actor so much it stayed in his lap, purred so loudly, the crew was afraid the noise was going to drown out the dialogue. Wouldn't be hard to have drowned it out, Marlon Brando's dialogue in that.
Very low talker. Yeah. Very low talker.
Sean Connery wore a toupee in every James Bond movie.
Really?
That's a toupee?
He started balding at 17, and he didn't see Dr. B, according to this.
My goodness, they did a better job with toupees back then.
Yeah, I'd say it's a pretty good rug. I'm a Dunaway on that.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's pretty good. I mean, I would do. We like to say we could spot him. I would never have suggested that one.
Well, because he was so young then, I just assumed, that was real hair. Good job by
at 17. You never know.
Good job by them. That doesn't look fake at all.
Not at all.
I never heard this next one. O.J. Simpson was considered for the lead in The Terminator. Director James Cameron rejected the choice because he didn't think this, quote, likable, goofy kind of innocent guy could pull off being a cyborg assassin.
If he was doing it in 2023, though.
Just hand him a knife instead of a gun,
That's right.
And finally, Monsters, Inc. Boo's voice actor was played by 2.5-year-old Mary Gibbs, who had trouble sitting still through the scenes. The crew would follow her around with a microphone. They'd tickle her or take candy away to make her laugh or cry.
Oh, wow.
Their emotions are as real as they sound.
Take candy away.
Yeah, that does seem like cruel and unusual punishment.
I mean, that is...
Can you imagine young Taylor out, our social media director, if we were doing that to little Lincoln?
Oh.
She would not stand for it.
No, she would not.
She would not stand for it. Is that trash?
That's trash.
It's brought to you by
our friends at Mortgage Right. If you're buying a home, it's a major milestone in life. Getting it right comes down to the right advice at the right time. That's why we're proud to partner with our friends at Mortgage Right, who do mortgages the right way. The housing market has its ups and downs. Perfect home you've had your eye on may be harder to come by, but with Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program, you can lock in your interest rate before you start shopping for a home. Plus, you're going to know exactly how much home you can buy. Locally owned and operated, Mortgage Right standing by to help you today. Visit their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply online, mortgageright.com/TNR.
Hey, our friends with the Birmingham Squadron, they got a win last night at Austin. They're in action coming up March 5th. Brown, that's tomorrow or is that Sunday?
That is Sunday.
Sunday.
Today is the 3rd.
Sunday. So they got a game Sunday at 5 o'clock. They're playing the defending G League champion, the Rio Grande Valley Raptors are in town. 5 o'clock down at Legacy Arena. This is youth sports day or night down at Legacy Arena. The first 1,200 fans through the doors get a replica Squadron jersey. Perfect there. And they'll have some local youth doing martial arts at the halftime intermission. Your daughter really good at this.
She's a red belt, Jim.
A red belt. How close to black is that?
She's got to go black, split black. Once you get in the reds, it takes a minute. But, yeah, she'll be a black belt before you know it.
Okay. The martial arts at halftime. Youth sports tonight, 5 o'clock Sunday for the Birmingham Squadron. As we always remind you, Squadron tickets anytime at Ticketmaster.com, or you can call them up. 205-719-0850, 719-0850 for your Birmingham Squadron.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, help you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have high arches or flat feet, Red Wing has the comfort solution for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel, where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
We'll get to 4 downs in just a second. Part of our show today, though, being brought to you by our friends at MyBookie, mybookie.ag. Brownie, the games we have this weekend. Duke and North Carolina, this is where game day is. North Carolina could use that home win against Duke, much like last year when they went to Duke and won the final game of the year and sort of jumpstart their run as runner-ups in national championship. That's a big game this weekend. On Sunday, you get Houston and Memphis and Michigan and Indiana. Memphis really, they're in a good place right now, but I mean, a win over Houston could lock them into the NCAA tournament. Kansas and Texas could settle whether or not Kansas keeps rolling towards a number 1 overall seed, maybe steal that away from Alabama. Got that this weekend. And then 2 big impactful games in the SEC, Kentucky, Arkansas, Mississippi State, and Vandy. That Mississippi State game at Vandy is probably at 7:30 SEC Network, probably a must-win game for them to be in the tournament. You can play all those games with our friends at mybookie.ag.
You certainly can, and when you go there and use code NEXTROUND, you can get a deposit bonus up to $2,000. We call it a no-strings-attached deposit bonus because a lot of places will give you a deposit bonus, but you got to bet it 5 times, 6 times, up to 10 times in some places for it to actually become yours. No strings attached at mybookie.ag. You bet it one time, it is yours forever. Jim mentioned all the college basketball action. You can bet that. NBA, Jim gave you an NHL future. You could bet that. UFC fights, weekly blackjack tournaments, all of that right there, all of it. At mybookie.ag. Code NEXTROUND gets you that deposit bonus. Bet at one time, it's yours up to $2,000 when you go to mybookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. Mybookie.ag. Code NEXTROUND.
You really could just sit on the couch tomorrow. I mean, it lines up perfectly for, if you're an in-state fan, you kick it off with A&M and Alabama, and then right at 1 o'clock, you've got Auburn, Tennessee. 3 o'clock, you've got Kansas, Texas. 5 o'clock, you could go either direction. Pittsburgh, who's ranked, at Miami, or you could go with Carolina Duke if you want to see, one of the better rivalries in all of college basketball. And then you can end your college basketball night with Arizona at UCLA at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, it's a wonderful day. And that leads us, of course, to the tournaments. You got all sprinkled through that Saturday and Sunday, some automatic bids going out as well. So really fun weekend of college basketball, and it only gets better until we do the national championship game. Later in the show, Mike DeCourcy at the top of the hour, Damon Johnson, Brother Kane, in studio with guitar in hand, getting ready for their big show this weekend. So we'll hear from Damon Johnson in the Next Round Lounge coming up later on. But right now, it's time for Four Downs, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires. Great locations everywhere. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, including in Pell City.
Yeah, it's still winter time out there. Don't get stuck out in the cold winter weather. It takes a toll on car batteries. Keep your car starting strong every time with the battery check from our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive, the team here at the Next Round. That's who we trust with our vehicles. Locations all over the greater Birmingham area. Make sure you ask about that battery check. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
A better option for you. It looks like the Cardinals are looking to trade DeAndre Hopkins. Who would you rather have, DeAndre Hopkins or one of these free agents? Odell Beckham Jr., Juju, McCole Hardman, DJ Chark, Darius Slayton, Lazard, possibly Brandon Cooks, possibly Jerry Jeudy. Who would you want of that group? Hopkins or one of those others?
I think I'm still going to go Hopkins. I mean, Hopkins just 2 years ago was considered one of the top 3 receivers in football. He's just got to stay healthy. I would go Hopkins, and then behind Hopkins, I would go Odell based on what he just did a couple of years ago, too.
He's supposed to be healthy, and he's supposed to actually be the number 1 free agent out there.
Yeah.
I guess I would go Hopkins, yeah. I think I'd still go DeAndre Hopkins.
Are you guys surprised that Jerry Jeudy is possibly up for being traded by the Denver Broncos?
I think Jeudy can be good. I mean, I saw there were moments for Jeudy in the first couple of seasons. The problem for Jeudy is he hasn't had consistent quarterback play.
It was just such a mess of an offense last year. It's hard to judge him on anything there. He was getting criticized heavily for drops. I mean, that was what Denver fans were getting on to him for.
You know what scares me about Juju or McCole or Lazard is that they will be leaving Hall of Fame quarterbacks, and Brown makes this point often. Receivers look really good when Aaron Rodgers or Patrick Mahomes are throwing you the football. What are you going to look like when it's Daniel Jones or Kyle Trask throwing you the football?
Most of those guys, though, that you said are second and third options anyway. Only a couple of those guys are ones.
Second down.
Who had the more successful career? Gary Patterson, who's walking away from Texas now into retirement, or Mark Richt?
Neither one of them won a national championship. Boy, Gary, both of them were exceptionally close. I mean, if Gary Patterson gets a clock tick the other way in that Texas game,
I'm going to go Gary Patterson.
He plays for a national championship.
Just a degree of difficulty.
If Richt, I mean, they're driving against Alabama. They kind of mismanaged the clock at the end there. I mean, if they score right there against Alabama in that SEC championship game, they probably win the national championship.
But I will go degree of difficulty, Gary Patterson. There were some inconsistencies at the end. I'm going to contradict myself here because Kirby Smart gets the Georgia job. You've seen what he's done with it, winning back-to-back national championships. And so with a really good coach, you see what Georgia can be. Sonny Dykes in year one, though, plays for a national championship. So I contradict myself there, but I'm still going to go Gary Patterson because I think it's a much more difficult job.
Yeah, he did have the bigger degree of difficulty, I would say, with Patterson and turned them into pretty much borderline national power at TCU. It's harder to do than it is at Georgia. I guess I'd go Patterson.
Third down.
Third down is this. Auburn already doing spring football. UAB starts on Monday. And remember, they're moving to the American, the AAC. Who's in their conference championship game next? One that makes it back to their conference championship game. UAB in the AAC or Auburn in the SEC?
I will go Auburn in the SEC. I've got an established coach. I've got a brand that finds their way to Atlanta every 4 or 5 years. I know the SEC West is much more difficult now with Brian Kelly. We don't know how much longer Nick Saban's going to be around. Trent Dilfer might end up being the next Nick Saban. Who knows? But it's an unknown. I think it's going to be a really rough year, and I think it's going to take a little bit to build. And CUSA to the American is stepping up in competition.
But see, keep in mind now, the West thing only matters one more year, and I don't know how often it would change it. But, I mean, to make the SEC game, you got to be one of the 2 best teams in the conference. Now, you can't just win the right games in your division or skate in a lesser division. You got to be the 2nd best team in the conference or the 1st best team in the conference now. Once we get Texas and Oklahoma here and they do away with the divisions. So I still think I'll go Auburn. I mean, you think about Auburn, it's just, no matter who has coached them, they have found their way, Brian Harsin being an exception, to a conference championship game under every single coach. I mean, it's just like a program that, regardless of who's there, they find their way to Atlanta every, 5-6 years. Or I don't know what the average would be. I'd have to go back and look.
I'll take Auburn. It feels like, Trent's going to have to do a heck of a job recruiting. This is such a crucial year that you had so many people that Bill Clark brought in, and you've only got 9 returning starters. You lose your whole offensive line.
Yeah.
This is a big year for UAB, and it may be a transition year. And can you regain what you have in a tougher conference after losing all those players and the guy who really built the program into a champion? I'm going to go Auburn as well on that one.
Fourth down.
Happy birthday, Jessica Bill. She's 41 today.
Always a fan. I've been a fan.
Jessica Alba.
I've been a fan of her, too.
Not best Jessica. I would go the Rabbit. Jessica Bill's 41. She married Justin Timberlake. Gisele Bundchen married Tom Brady at one point. May still end up getting back together. Who did a better job landing a husband, Gisele or Jessica Bill?
Ooh, that's a tough one. I'm going to say...
Jessica's still holding on to hers.
Yeah, and he'll make more money if you just want to make it a financial argument.
Yeah, I would say Bill.
Yeah, I think I'd go Bill as well.
But then I think Brady did a better job of who he landed.
So you say Brady...
I like Gisele a lot better than I like Bill.
Yeah.
A lot better.
Rusty says, been a fan of her since Seventh Heaven.
Yeah, I remember that show.
It's way back in the day there.
Lauren Graham.
You were a Summer Catch fan, weren't you?
I loved Summer Catch.
You just liked her with that hat on backwards.
Such an awful movie.
Oh, it was a fantastic movie. They climbed a fence and swam skinny dipped in somebody else's pool.
I mean, Lance.
Jeez, what more do you want in a screenplay?
Never seen The Departed, and you've seen Summer Catch.
I'm telling you, flattest stomach ever recorded on tape. Maybe Jessica Biel in that pool.
Wow, I don't think so. That was a nice scene. That was the only scene.
It only takes one good scene to make a movie for me. That is Four Downs, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Hey, if you're heading out of town, dead battery's not going to get you there before your next road trip this winter. Take your vehicle down to Vulcan Tire and Automotive for a comprehensive battery check. We here at the Next Round trust our vehicles with the team at Vulcan Tire and Auto. We encourage you to do so as well. Locations all across Birmingham. You can find out more about what they can do for you and your vehicle. Go to VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Mike DeCourcy up next. We'll talk brackets, where Auburn is and what they need to do to make sure they're in the tournament. And then Damon Johnson cracks open 2023 of the Next Round Lounge. Brother Kane with a big show this weekend. We'll talk about that coming up as well. All right here on TNR. One more hour to go. Stay with us.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game, or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster. Champy's Chicken. Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Mike DeCourcy in just a second. He'll join us on the JohnsonRVCenter.com Zoom line. He'll jump in here with us, and we'll talk about brackets. We are 176 days away from football, and we will get to more spring drills next week. Part of our show this hour being brought to you by the great folks at JohnsonRVCenter.com.
Yeah, they're continuing that RV sale. It was RV sale month, RV show month last month. It went so well, and you guys had such a good response. They want to keep it going, so they're going to do it for just a little bit longer there. That means for you, great prices, number one, on all the RVs there. Competitive financing, as always. The lifetime warranties on anything you buy new there, plus anything 2 years or under that is used. You can go see America in a Johnston RV Center RV. You go see them. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. And always see them online and see the RV show price at JohnstonRVCenter.com. That's JohnstonRVCenter.com.
All right, we are getting ready for a major basketball weekend, including a huge game for Auburn on Senior Day down at Neville Arena, 1 o'clock tomorrow, ESPN with Tennessee in town. The brackets are starting to take shape. We're this Sunday, 1 week away from Selection Sunday. Let's talk to one of the guys who are one of the most recognized names in college basketball writing.
Yeah, Mike DeCourcy. He covers college basketball for the Sporting News. He is also Fox Sports bracket analyst, and you see him on the Big Ten Network during basketball season as well. He's with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What is up, Mike? How are you today?
I'm well, guys. How are you?
Doing great. Thanks a lot. One thing we like about what Mike does, he doesn't waste your time trying to predict who is playing who in the tournament. He just says, here are the seeds. You guys figure it out, because it's almost impossible to do that. I want to ask just a general question before we get into specific teams, because this time of year you hear a lot of so-and-so, Auburn in this case perhaps, needs to do work at the conference tournament in Nashville. Somebody needs to work at the conference tournament. I know every committee can be different, but how much does conference tournament matter to a team on the bubble or a team trying to keep a one or lose a one?
It matters. There are certain games that won't matter. Pretty much any Sunday championship game will not matter unless it's involving the identity of the automatic qualifier from that league. For instance, let's say South Carolina makes the SEC tournament final. Well, they're not getting into the tournament unless they win that bid. So that the committee has to take that into account. But if it's Tennessee versus Alabama in the final, they're both going. They won't impact the seeds because they don't want to have to deal with it to an extent. They have sometimes done alternative brackets if there's a significant difference, but for the most part, they've said that those Sunday games aren't going to matter. It's too complicated for them to do all of that. And they've definitely said that about the Big Ten tournament, which of course I think it's the literal last one to finish, doesn't tip off until 3:30 Eastern, and then is over basically a half hour or so before the selection show commences.
Do you see a scenario where Alabama could fall off the one line and it's Houston,
No.
Kansas, UCLA, and Purdue? No chance?
Nope. No, I do not see a scenario where that could happen. I could see them losing Louisville, losing the South region. That scenario is simply lose two games quickly, the final regular season game and then maybe the quarterfinal in the SEC tournament. I could see them losing Louisville if Purdue, conversely, wins on the weekend and then goes on and wins the Big Ten tournament or is in the final. I could see it's possible that they could lose Louisville, but there's no way they're losing a one seed at this point. The South Carolina game, it was maybe kind of imperiled if they lost that and then followed up by losing Auburn or Arkansas or tomorrow, whatever. But no, they're fine. They're set. They've done enough. That Houston win, that was a flag in the ground, and they had to retreat from there in order to lose a one seed.
While we're talking Alabama, before we get into Auburn and some of their scenarios, do they look like a team? You've seen a lot of basketball in your time. Do they look like a team with the DNA to win the national championship? Do they have the characteristics of a team that can win 6 and hold up the big trophy?
Well, it's a complicated question because I think it's been complicated by the circumstance, the issue that happened in January, because they haven't performed since then. I mean, certainly Brandon Miller has performed extraordinarily well, but as a team, they've struggled in the aftermath of that. Now, does that linger, or do they continue or sort of rediscover their ability and go back to being the team that was dominating? They went from beating Georgia by 50 or 49 on last Saturday to needing overtime to beat South Carolina on Wednesday. And you guys know what happened in between there, the hearing and all of that. And they haven't played great since then. They recovered great against Auburn, but they were really outplayed for most of that game. So that's the one concern for me. And, I think certainly Javon Quinterly is a championship point guard, a championship qualified point guard. He's got the qualities that you need to be that player. But it certainly, right now they're kind of a little bit different in the way they use him, the way they line up with him, how they don't start him and they bring him off the bench. I don't think we've ever had a champion, not in my career, where basically the primary point didn't start the game and didn't have charge of the team for the whole game. And Javon doesn't always play as many minutes as he did the other night against Auburn. So I'm not that kind of thing. I'm not 100% sure where that puts them, but they have size, they have athleticism, they defend, they shoot the basketball really well. They have a big time pro. So they have every other qualification except that odd mix at point guard. They're both very good players and they can mix and match that, but it's rare for a team to do what they're doing and then end up winning 6 in a row at the NCAA tournament level.
Mike DeCourcy is with us at TSN Mike on Twitter. He covers college basketball for the Sporting News, also on the Big Ten Network, and does the bracket work for Fox Sports. You can see his latest projections, foxsports.com. The bracket forecast from Mike DeCourcy, where he does have Alabama, as the selection committee did announce, the overall number 1. But I would ask you, because Kansas is playing all the Quad 1 games, they've got all of them this year, is there a scenario in which they pass Alabama without Alabama potentially losing if Kansas wins the rest of their games?
It's hard for me to read the committee on that, but it ultimately wouldn't have any impact on the Tide if they did. If the Tide stayed number 2 overall or number 1 overall, they go to Louisville. They're going to Birmingham. You can book your hotel room. I mean, that's happening. That is not changing. They will definitely. Of course, you may not need a hotel room if you're in the sound of my voice. Yeah. But you can be assured that they will be there. I don't think it's likely they lose Louisville. It would take somewhat of a calamity for that to happen. And if Kansas were the 1 overall, they're going to zip right to KC, 45 minutes up the road. And with the way they do the brackets, emphasizing geography over competition, so to speak, you're not going to probably get the lesser team unless it just coincides with their geography versus your geography, the lesser 2 seed or whatever. They're going to try to balance it a little bit so that your top 4 is somewhat the same as the Midwest's top 4 when you add it all up, but they're not worried about you having the weakest 2 if you're the 1 overall. It happens if it happens, but it's not something that they aspire to do. So I don't think that has any impact at all on Alabama. It's all ceremonial. The real impact, the real question is whether they can pass Houston, and I don't know why they were behind them, so I don't know what they have to do to pass them. They've only continued to stack Quad 1 wins, Kansas, since the bracket reveal. And Houston has gotten none of those because there aren't any available in the American Conference short of what they face this weekend at Memphis. So I don't know what Kansas has to do to pass them. In my mind, I made up my mind that if they beat Texas tomorrow at Texas, then I'll put them as the number 2 overall and put them in Kansas City. And that's sort of what I put as the dividing line. And then whether I'm right or wrong, we'll find out Selection Sunday.
So if Auburn loses tomorrow against Tennessee, but they're able to win a game or 2 in Nashville, do you think they get in?
Yeah, they're toward the end. They're in my first 4 now, and I'm not sure whether I'm harsher than most on that. I think I'm in the ballpark. By a line or 2 on the 11 line. But, man, what's behind them is really not strong. I've kept Oklahoma State hanging on, and they'll be in our bracket when I reveal it later today. I don't think Oklahoma State or Wisconsin is going to pass Auburn. I don't think there's enough there, so even with a loss to a terrific Tennessee team over the weekend. I don't think that takes Auburn out of it. Even if I wanted to be harsh and say, okay, Wisconsin passes them because they've got a lot of high-end wins, quads 1 and 2. They've got some other things that aren't great, including the predictive metrics are not great. So let's just say I wanted to let them I wanted to let Wisconsin pass them. Yeah, but then who outside the field passes Auburn? Because whoever it is still would overtake Oklahoma State first, because Oklahoma State's barely qualified at this point. And I don't see how they fall out unless lose tomorrow, lose whoever their first SEC tournament game is. Who I don't know what the brackets are. It's hard to know at this point. But whoever that is, maybe it's Georgia or somebody like that. Lose those 2, and then you're imperiled, and you're just kind of at the mercy of everybody else.
Mike DeCourcy, probably with the best news Auburn fans have heard all day long. So good news there. I'm interested how you attack Tennessee now that Ziegler's not with them. Does the committee, with your history, take an impact and move them in seeding when they don't have one of their star players?
Yeah, it's interesting question because from a personal experience, I was covering the 2000 Cincinnati Bearcats when Kenyon Martin broke his leg. And my theory on that was you don't have anything to base it on. They had like 37 minutes without him. So you don't know what they are without him. They didn't win the game. They played St. Louis. They didn't win the game. St. Louis was basically probably a bubble team when they played them, maybe a soft bubble team, more out than in kind of deal. And so they played 37 minutes after finding out that the reason they were going to win the national championship is gone for the year. And so you didn't really know what they were going to be, but they still dropped them. And they made him a 2. And I'm like, well, how do you know they're a 2? How do you know they're not a 12? You haven't seen it. And so I was really opposed to that, but they did it. And so now you've got this scenario where you basically have 2 games to decide whether the Vols are good without Sakai. And I don't know that's a big enough sample size. They've got great metrics. They've got some really big wins. They've got a tough game tomorrow, I guess it is, against Auburn. So if they lost that game, they might lose that game even if Sakai played. So it's not necessarily easy to grade that. I would suspect it's possible they could lose a line if they were to lose to the Tigers and then lose again. Like I think they're a double bye team, even if they lose to the Tigers. It's just a guess. But if they lost their SEC quarterfinal game or whatever their first conference tournament is, they might lose a line. But I kind of think they're probably going to end up as a 3. I know that unless they tear through the next week, they're not going to climb.
Mike covered Cincinnati and their Conference USA days, so we'll be happy to know the BJCC has been updated for these these NCAA tournament games.
That's good.
Yeah, it's been remodeled since you've been there.
Barely, but yes.
Yeah,
barely.
it's nicer seats, nice glass on the outside. It looks better. The title to your bracket forecast says, can the Big Ten tie the record? 11 Big East teams several years back. What has to happen for 11 Big Ten teams to make it in this one?
Yeah, I think last night kind of hurt that. Michigan losing at Illinois made it difficult, and Wisconsin losing to Purdue. There's probably not going to be enough room for all of them. I don't think that they all are necessarily qualified. They're all good enough, but there are good enough teams in other leagues that aren't going to make it too because they didn't perform well enough.
Right.
And so I think it would take an amazing confluence of circumstances at this point, and probably it needed to include those 2 victories last night. And it did. And Michigan lost at Illinois in overtime. Wisconsin lost to Purdue basically in the final 30 seconds. So I don't think that'll happen, but they'll get another 9-team season, I expect, and that'll be their 3rd in a row and 4th in a row if you go back to the fact we didn't have a tournament in 2020. They've been doing a really good job of being highly competitive and highly interesting. They haven't built as many championship Final Four level teams over that period, especially the last 2 years, as they have in the past. And so what's probably going to happen is when this becomes the 4th consecutive year that they get 9, they're going to be seeded to lose in nearly every one of those games in the first weekend. And nearly every one of those teams will be seeded below the top 4. And if you are outside the top 4, then the committee is saying, we expect you to go home. And probably that's what will happen for most of them. And then the people who don't like the Big Ten will start bashing the fact that they got 9 teams again. But somebody's got to lose, guys. I always say somebody's got to lose, because if nobody loses, then we're playing this tournament until July.
So tougher to predict who's going to win the national championship or national coach of the year?
Well, there's no wrong answer with national coach of the year. You could pick Shaka Smart and be right. You could pick, let's say, Matt Painter and be right. You could pick Kelvin at Houston and be right. There's just Jerome Tang at Kansas State. There's no wrong answer, but they're going to play 40 minutes in Houston in the first week of April, the first Monday in April, and a lot of people are going to be wrong about that one. So I think that's much tougher to call.
Yeah, well, you let me into now. I only had one more question. I got two now because you didn't mention Nate Oates, and it's understandable if some people do not vote for him as National Coach of the Year with what happened off the field. But do you feel like that kind of stuff would impact Nate's possibility of being National Coach of the Year?
Yeah, I don't have any doubt that that'll impact, because remember, I don't think you're seeing him well received for, and including a column I wrote for how he handled it. And running the program is part of the deal. One of the interesting things about a Coach of the Year award in college basketball, and almost, maybe not quite to the same extent, but mostly to the same extent in college football, because you are not only in charge of coaching the players, you're also in charge of acquiring the players. So football coaches have more help, but you still, who do you bring in and how do you manage them? And I think that the management of that circumstance was not what it needed to be. I don't think it's unfair to say that I'm not saying that Brandon needed to be suspended for the remainder of the year. I'm not, I'm not saying that. I never said that. And I'm not saying what specifically the punishment should be, but I felt like there was punishment warranted, given the nature of what occurred, given what we all know from past experiences in college football, college baseball, college hoops, track or whatever. There are circumstances where you are certain places at certain times and involved in certain things, and irrespective of criminal charges or any of that, you get benched. I had, when I was talking about that 2000 Cincinnati team, they knew they could win a national championship, but they knew they couldn't win it unless everybody was in the whole. The coaches always use the circle, have 2 feet in the circle. And that year, their next to last game, one of their most important players did, according to the coach's beliefs, didn't have both feet in that circle. So they benched him for one of their bigger games at the end of the year. And so it does happen in what are fairly innocuous circumstances. So I felt there needed to be some reaction to send a message to the team, to future recruits, and also to the Alabama fan base and the fan base of college basketball in general, that such circumstances are not without consequences. And I didn't think that they handled that well.
I would prefer to end the interview on a more upbeat subject. So if our UAB Blazers run the table in Frisco and win the Conference USA, do you still keep Florida Atlantic in? Because they've done what I think a lot this year, regardless if they win this tournament or not.
Yeah, I'm glad you gave me a chance to talk hoops again. I'm a big believer in dominance. And I've been trying to campaign for a long time for the committee to understand the importance of dominance, or the value of dominance, maybe is a better way to put it. When you do what Florida Atlantic has done, and to a lesser extent what College of Charleston has done, it's unbelievably rare, first of all, because you're usually having to play some measure of opponents outside the conference that are bigger and stronger than you. And so then you go into your league and you win nearly every game, 18-2 or 19-1 or whatever it might be. When you do that, when you win more than 80% of your games as a college basketball team, that's really hard to do. And when you do that, you generally go into the NCAAs and are successful. People always look at those first round upsets and say, gee, how did that happen? How did this team beat that team? And then you look at the team, and more often than not, or as often as not, they're one of those teams that won more than 80% of their games. So I would definitely, especially with what Florida Atlantic has done, I would definitely put them in the field if they weren't able to win the conference championship. Obviously, it would be helpful if when they were to lose, the loss was against a team as good as UAB or as good as North Texas, not somebody from outside that group of really good teams in the league. In 2002, Butler, a terrific team, went 25-5 in the regular season. Horizon League champions, great team, a team that was really successful in the NCAA tournament before and after that. But in this particular year, 25-5, they go into the Horizon League. It's only an 8-team league then, so they play number 8, and they lost. And the committee said, out. And that was wrong then. So you don't want to give them that opening if you're Florida Atlantic. Don't lose to the 8th place team or the 9th or whatever. If you're going to lose in the final and then say, look at all we done, we should be in.
All right, he is Mike DeCourcy. Go follow him on Twitter at TSN Mike. His bracket forecast is available at foxsports.com. You see him in the Sporting News and on the Big Ten Network as well. He gave exceptionally good news for Auburn fans there earlier. Mike, thank you very much, and Alabama fans and UAB fans. Mike, thank you very much for the time. Always great talking with you.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right, take care. Mike with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Really excited about Damon Johnson, who will be in studio with us next. Brother Kane in concert. We'll tell you more about where you can see Brother Kane. I want to remind our friends that are watching us all over the Southeast, but specifically here in Alabama, Memphis, Chattanooga, that area, Huntsville, that our friends at Wayne's are celebrating 50 years, a 50-year anniversary this year, all year long. And because the response was so good in February, we've extended the $50 off with our friends at Wayne's on their pest services, their lawn services, their mosquito services, and their termite services. So you can get $50 off those, whether you're an existing customer or a new customer. So just put in the promo code TNR, promo code TNR, to save $50 on all of those. And we also want to remind you that right now we're about to start getting outside a lot. So those lawn services, man, that makes that lawn the best looking lawn in the neighborhood. They've got nutrients. They take care of your grass for you. It is a tremendous service there. You can save $50 on that with the promo code TNR. And most importantly, in the season, after we get through with this rain today, the mosquito services. And Brown grills a lot. I grill a lot. Not having a mosquito bugging your backyard adventure is absolutely a must. And they take care of the mosquitoes as well with the mosquito service. Save $50 off all their services. Stack them and save $150 if you use the promo code TNR. TNR. Here's the number, 866-WAYNES-1, 866-WAYNES-1, or just go to the website, callwaynes.com. Callwaynes.com. Use the promo code TNR.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech, 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
For over 40 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do, from mosquito and termite protection to giving you that lush lawn that is the envy of the neighborhood. Wayne's does it all. When people see that shiny yellow truck, they smile, and I do too. Wayne's has been taking care of my lawn and home for years and doing all the things I don't have time to do. For more information, check them out online, callwaynes.com, or give them a call today, 866-WAYNES-1. Again, callwaynes.com or call them today, 866-WAYNES-1.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game and a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit PrecisionSportsOrtho.com/2023.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Let's go.
In fact, as we come back here live now, Charles Barkley was on our show. Well, we'll save it for you. But he dropped our first F word and did about 7 in about 60
6
seconds.
in the first minute.
Yeah.
I've got a terrible, terrible mouth, but I have still in like 18 months not dropped it out.
We're about to talk to a musical legend here, and we're looking forward to that. So it's a good time to go mix another drink and pull up to this. If you're listening to us or watching us on replay on our 13 platforms, thanks for being with us. Give us a thumbs up and a like. If you're listening to us live on TuneIn and iHeart apps and radio there, we appreciate that so much. Our friends at Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila, the official tequila of the Next Round. It's multi-aged in a new European oak barrel, double filtered to remove color while producing a crystal clear spirit of character and smoothness. Crystal and clear in appearance, smooth and crisp on the finish. It's Maestro Dobel, the perfect tequila for sipping or mixing. Make sure you ask for it by name.
Our next guest in studio, I think we've had him on the show before years ago when we were at Jocks. But Damon Johnson, obviously fronting Brother Kane. He's been with Thin Lizzy, Leonard Skinner, a million different acts. We'll get into all that. But Damon, we appreciate you coming back in studio.
Fellas, I am thrilled. I am so thrilled to be on your show. I was telling you earlier, my phone has been blowing up with Birmingham friends, especially saying, hey, man, you're going to be on Next Round Live. So they're all watching, man. Thank you.
Well, we've got a lot of people blowing up saying, we can't believe Brother Kane is reunited. They're in Birmingham tonight at Iron City, a great venue, IronCityBham.com for tickets. Suburban Love Junkies, another Birmingham act. Yeah. They're going to open up for you guys. So a lot of people are excited about the show tonight.
Yeah, man, I had, we kind of put Brother Kane back together a little over a year ago. I had been on tour with Leonard Skinner, which I'm still a part of. I'm filling in for Gary Rosington.
Which, ironically, you're the first ever Alabama native to be in Leonard.
Yeah, I was going to ask if that's true. Is that 100% true?
It's 100% true. And it still feels very strange to me, even when I say those words out loud, that I'm playing guitar in Leonard Skinner. If someone came up to me and said that, I'd be like, you're pulling my leg, man. That doesn't happen. But, a couple of years ago, Gary had what really was his second heart attack. And he just can't get his blood pressure up enough and his stamina up enough to tour. The band had been, like every other musical group, shut down by COVID for 2 years. So they had, rescheduled a bunch of dates, not once but twice. And Gary really wanted to take care of the band and his crew, and he gave them his blessing to bring in somebody. And Gary remembers me from Brother Kane because we supported Skinner way back in '93 on our first album. So it's a crazy story.
Do they all look at you when you guys crank out Sweet Home Alabama? Do they all start looking over you?
Oh, yeah. They do, Jim. I always get that look from Johnny Van Zandt. He looks at me like,
that's your song. That's right. Well, what is the best Skinner song for you to play?
One of my favorites is definitely a song called Working for MCA.
Yep.
We pretty much have opened. I've done 80 shows with them now over 2 years, and I think 75 of those, that's the opening song. And I've always loved that riff. The late great Ed King wrote that song, who also wrote Sweet Home Alabama. And but my big brother in the band is Ricky Medlock. Ricky's been the guitar player in Skinner since '96. He was the drummer in the original band back in the early '70s before they made their first record. And he's the one that called me. We've been friends ever since Brother Kane started. He'd always been a big supporter of me and my music and my songwriting and my guitar playing. So it's just a thrill, man. I mean, I'm so fortunate to have played with so many great artists over the years. And but, man, you just get a different reaction from people when you're getting on an airplane. They go, you look like a musician. Who do you play with? And you go, Leonard Skinner. And they just... They freak out, man.
Or, you were with Alice Cooper forever.
Yeah.
And I've always heard he is a great golfer, but he plays all the time, right? You've played with him plenty of rounds. How good of a golfer is he?
Lance, it's unbelievable how much golf Alice Cooper plays. First of all, I had only taken up the game about 5 years before I joined his band. And I auditioned, and he called me at home to tell me I was the guy. He said, "We love your playing. The job is yours if you want it." And I said, "Thank you, I'd love to." And before we hung up the phone, I said, "Hey, man, is it okay if I bring my golf clubs?" And Alice goes, "You golf?" Because I guess no one else in his band, golfed. And I said, "Well, I golf at it." I said, I'm a super high handicap, but I just, it'd be a great way to kill some time. I thought we could play, because we were about to do a 6-week tour. I said, maybe we could play a couple times, a couple times a month. He goes, "Twice a month?" He goes, "Damon, I play every day. You just won the lottery." So over the next 4 years, man, the tour would be essentially 100 dates. Hand on my heart, we would play 80 rounds of golf.
Yeah.
Wow. 80 times. So I was with him for almost 5 years, so that's easy.
Is he a scratch guy, though?
He's definitely about a 4 handicap on any golf course he plays. He's a member of the Phoenix Country Club, and he's about a 2 there. But, man, when we're playing on the road, he's not out there trying to, compete with the course record or anything like that. He's just trying to kill 2 or 3 hours.
I remember John Bell, when John Bell was on with us from Widespread. I don't guess he had played much in Birmingham, because he texted me after the interview and he's like, "Hey, we talked about this, about playing golf." And he's like, "I need some suggestions. Where can I play?" He was going to get up in the morning and go play. Funny Alice Cooper story, though, is they must have been close to Birmingham and didn't have a show, so they got into Birmingham a day early. And honest to goodness truth, my buddy used to be the manager at the Edwin Watts over off Lakeshore. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, of course.
And one day, Alice Cooper just walks in the store. Alice Cooper walks in and buys a brand new set of irons off the rack at Edwin Watts. They said he was the nicest guy in the world. Just shows up in the store, pays, they probably discounted him a little bit.
Probably.
They got some photos with him. But just Alice Cooper walks in. He was headed over to play the Trent Jones course, over to play Oxmoor Valley, and just came in and bought a brand new set of irons.
I cannot say enough good about Alice, man. We love him. My kids have grown up with him. They call him Uncle Alice, and he's been a great role model for me. He's arguably one of the biggest rock stars of all time, and I hear stories like the one you just told all the time.
Yeah.
He's salted the earth.
Blake writes in our Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, really excited about Damon, Geraldine, Alabama.
That's right.
A lot of local folks will be at the show tonight.
Man, I may be the first person from Geraldine you guys have ever had on your show.
It's a possibility.
We probably should have kept that record.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, probably so.
You may have to dig back in.
What was there? Jeremy Pruitt was not far from there. What is it? I think he's Plainview or something like that.
No, Jeremy Pruitt is, it's right outside of Fort Payne.
Plainview is in Rainsville.
It's Rainsville.
Rainsville,
Yeah,
that's
Rainsville.
it. So there you go, Rainsville.
Yeah, Rainsville was the big city to Geraldine.
So Damon Johnson in studio with us. Brother Kane back in Birmingham tonight at Iron City. You can get tickets, limited tickets available, IronCityBham.com. That show obviously at Iron City. You have toured with a lot of different bands, though. I mean, you guys have opened for Van Halen, right?
Yeah, we did. We played the Birmingham Jefferson Civic Center, opening for Van Halen, which was almost a religious experience for me because I saw Van Halen in that venue in 1980 when I was 16.
I saw him in 84 for the 84 tour.
You saw them
Yeah.
there? Well, I can't overstate, guys, how much that show changed my life. It was another religious experience, I went with I had just moved to North Alabama, to Geraldine. I went to grade school in Monroeville. Do you guys know where Monroeville is? Okay, so my buddies from down there, we met in Birmingham, and we went to that concert, and it changed my life. I was never the same after that. So to open for Van Halen in the Civic Center in Birmingham, in 95, Brother Kane.
I was watching randomly, and I guess David Lee Roth had come back to the band, and he was doing, his typical frontman stuff, and his mic stand hit him in the face. And so, like, he had to stop. So Eddie's just out there playing and just improvising. And it just all made sense. And he played for like 5 minutes just by himself. And the crowd's going nuts. But where would you rank Eddie Van Halen amongst guitarists of all time?
He's
you got a reaction from the corner over here.
This is my Birmingham golf buddy Jason over here, who I appreciate him bringing me over today. I just answered this recently, and I thought I gave a good answer. If there is a Mount Rushmore of the greatest of all time, Eddie is on it, period, undisputed. For me, he is the greatest of all time, but he would be on that, on that wall with Jimi Hendrix, Jeff Beck. For me, I would have Stevie Ray Vaughan up there, the great Irish guitarist Gary Moore, who wasn't as big of a deal here. He was a huge deal worldwide. I haven't even said Jimmy Page yet. I mean, but Eddie changed the guitar. He reinvented the guitar. And, all these bands that we all talk about and we all listen to this day, it's still unfathomable that a guy could grow up on a chicken farm in Geraldine, Alabama, and sit in his room and practice and listen to these records and move the needle, and then grow up and have a career and do it full time, raise a family, support that, and get to not just meet all these guys, but make music with them. I had Alice Cooper records, man. My mom thought something was wrong with me.
But music is immortal. And, what I find interesting is when I was growing up, I didn't listen to 50s and 60s.
Ever.
But my son is 15, and he loves Def Leppard. He loves Van Halen.
Yeah.
And he listens to all this stuff. And, that's 40, 50 years removed almost. And these kids are loving it. And it's almost like it's got really good staying power.
That's why these tours are so big, right? Getting Brother Kane back together in this period of time that's so good.
And Jim, that's to your point right there. I mean, that is the reason that my manager, Kevin, he came to me with the idea of revisiting Brother Kane, because the band, basically, we called it a day way back in 2000. And I've gone on to do these other things since then, and it's just been sort of in my rearview mirror. I hadn't thought about it that much. But he said kind of what you said. There are people that love your band, they love those songs. He goes, you were really lucky to have some songs that at least made a little bit of an imprint into the, the public consciousness of people that love classic rock influenced rock and roll. And that's what Brother Kane is.
I was at that 1980 Van Halen concert. It was the first time I learned what that smoky smell really was at that concert. I was in the upper deck at the BJCC.
Wow.
And it literally changed my life.
I mean, he was playing Eruption in 80, right?
Oh, God, man.
Run with the Devil.
I mean, Lance, Eruption was on the very first record. And I was still living in Monroeville with those buddies of mine, and we had a little band together, and we did this gig. The drummer's dad knew a guy that had an ice cream parlor, so he let us come down and set up our gear. And there was this older high school guy that had a van. He brought some PAs for us to, have a microphone to sing through or whatever. So I'll never forget it, man. We were loading the gear into the back of that van. And he goes, have you guys ever heard of Van Halen? And we're like, no. So I remember it like it was yesterday, guys. I was looking up through the back of his van, and I saw his right hand push this 8-track tape into the tape player. And I heard, doom, 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 wow, and that guitar kicked in. And it was like a spaceship had landed in the parking lot. We were just, our eyes were like, what is that? And I mean, I hit the streets the next day looking for a Van Halen record.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Two things. One, Susan Allen in a Van Halen T-shirt the day after that concert at Thompson High School. Also a life-changing moment. That was fantastic.
Awesome.
And number two, Rockstar wanted us to tell you hi. He's obviously on tour with Black Jacket Symphony. And he texted us last night. He says, make sure to tell Damon I said hello, and he misses you.
Guys, I missed him. I'm so thrilled he's out there with those guys. I played a little bit of a role in the very origin of Black Jacket Symphony. Jay Willoughby and I kind of started it, and I'm so thrilled that those guys are having the success that they are, and sounds like they're having a great time.
Yeah, we got to ask you. I know we got to take a break here in a sec, but we want to ask you on the other side about Chuck Berry. He said make sure to ask you about the Chuck Berry story.
Yeah.
Who said that?
Rockstar. Yeah, he did.
Okay, so the Chuck Berry story, we're going to ask him if he'll pick up the guitar he brought with us. We don't know the Chuck Berry story, so we get to ask
I was about to say, I don't know if we can tell that story on the air, but we're all clear.
We're all clear.
Earmuffs warning, I guess.
All right.
We'll give them a warning.
This is going to be a memorable story, guys.
Part of the show brought to you by Slice Pizza here local. Great locations. We love those folks. Great place for lunch as the rain settles down, and the weekend, always good for pizza.
Yeah. Hey, they had a pizza party without us when we were at the Floribama. It's local pizza, local ingredients. The Bajaya brothers created this. The late Jeff, Jason, Chris continue to run it. 4 locations. The original Lakeview, Vestavia, Montevallo, now Crestline Park. Again, the curbside special, $75. You can pick it up 7 days a week. 12 wings, half pan of salad, 2 specialty pizzas. For more information, slicebirmingham.com.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game, or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Back to the interview in just a second, and maybe some music, because he's holding that damn guitar right now, and I could not be more excited than I am that Damon's about to play for us in our studio.
I'm going to try to make it down to Iron City tonight.
You're going to try to make it down to Iron City tonight? Nichols Outfitters for everything as we flip to fishing season with our friends at Nichols Outfitters.
I-65 exit 242 in Pelham. Fishing, all the fishing stuff you need. They've got a great showroom, firearm showroom right there at Nichols Outfitters. They've got a very knowledgeable staff. They know the outdoors, so that's where you go. Nichols Outfitters, I-65 exit 242 in Pelham.
How many of the members, when you said, hey, I want to get the band back together. How many said yes?
Great question, Jim. Ever since, I guess, as I said earlier, the band broke up in 2000, early 2000, and we'd only done a handful of shows since then, a couple of charity events, a couple of random things. That was it. Not a real focused return of any kind. But kind of the essential member that helped me make the decision to do this is our original bass player, Glenn Maxey. Glenn was with me in a band called Child that led to Brother Kane, and I was the guitar player in Child, and we got a development record deal with Virgin Records because they liked our songs. They weren't crazy about the singer that we had, so they're like, look, we're going to help you find a singer. So over the next year, we were bringing in people from out of town, trying out guys in Birmingham, trying to find a singer, and continuing to write. And we would play gigs around town, like Louie Louie's.
Right,
and,
Louie Louie's.
And, I would always sing 2 or 3 cover tunes just to give the singer a break, because it was always, 3 sets a night and 4 nights a week, whatever. And the record company guy came to town to check out our progress with the singer we had, and I sang She Talks to Angels by the Black Crowes.
Oh, my gosh.
And Jailbreak by Thin Lizzy. And he walked over to me after that set, and he goes, you never told me you could sing. And I could tell by the look on his face what he was thinking. And I was like, no way, bro. I don't want to be the singer. I said, I want to be Jimmy Page. It's your job to help me find Robert Plant. And he says, well, the bad news is we're running out of time. We're running out of money. I can't get any more funding for you guys to keep making these demos. And it was Glenn Maxey. He walked up in the middle of that conversation, and he's just like, bro, you should do it. You don't sound like anybody else. Because I didn't have any vocal heroes that I was trying to emulate. I'm just singing some cover songs to, keep our guy from blowing his voice out. And
instead, you blew him out of the band.
I've never quite thought about it like that, Lance, but you're 100% correct.
Can we do the Chuck Berry now?
Chuck Berry story and then the song.
So the Chuck Berry story, Chuck was playing city stages. You guys remember that festival? It was here in Birmingham. He was playing city stages. I got this story secondhand from someone that was there. So the names have been changed to protect the guilty. So anyway, it's almost showtime for Chuck. And the promoters are looking for Chuck. They would have all these trailers backstage for the different artists that would play. And so they're like, it's about showtime. They run that thing tight, man. Right. With multiple stages and all that. They can't find Chuck. So one of the younger interns is looking for Chuck. He's going in all these trailer doors, knocking on the door, open the door. So he knocks on this one trailer door, and he opens the door, and there is Chuck Berry with a female companion. And he's leaning up against the countertop, and she's not leaning against the countertop.
She's kneeling.
Yeah, that's a good word. That's a good word, Jim. And the guy, the promoter kind of stutters and goes, Mr. Berry, I left out an important part. Chuck is standing there against the countertop, and he's eating a banana.
Okay.
Essential to the story.
So you want to avoid cramping.
So the promoter goes, Mr. Berry, I just want to let you know it's almost showtime. You're on in 10 minutes. He said, Chuck Berry kind of looks over at him, and he goes, all right, son, I'll be right with you as soon as I finish my nana.
That poor girl's just working. So degrading.
That's a good one.
That's all I have to say about that.
Showtime tonight.
Damn it on Rockstar for asking me to tell that story.
7 p.m., Iron City. You guys will go on a little after 9 o'clock.
Yeah, doors are at 7. Suburban Love Junkies, 8 o'clock. Brother Kane, 9:15. Jim, the show that Brother Kane did opening for Van Halen, we had this giant backdrop, like 24 by 30 feet, massive. And that thing has been in a beaten up plastic bin in my storage room in Nashville I've drug it around with me wherever I've lived over the last 23 years.
You're pulling it out tonight?
We're pulling that backdrop out. In Iron City, we're going to look like Black Sabbath, man. It's going to be awesome.
All right, let's hear. Play something for us, man. Whatever
right
you got,
on,
let's
man.
hear it.
You guys got that guitar? Does it sound
got it.
right? All
Sounds
right.
good.
Well, this is the song that got it all started for us.
Okay.
Fools of faith surrounding me and shades of green. Rats and snakes, they always try to get the best of me, but they won't ever know when the time is right to take the reins. Down the road, they're gonna find out anyway, but it's too late. You know, leeches like pretending that they're everything and I don't like it, don't need it, don't want it, yes, I don't believe it, and I got no shame, I got no one to blame. All the same, gonna taste the wine 'cause it's right there in front of me. Yeah. Walk the streets carrying a heavy load. Out of blood I come, and so I take a left turn back down the right road. Sister sweet, she told me that I just can't seem to live without you. Open my eyes forever, baby, don't you waste your time. Found shelter, helter skelter, get inside me, you won't find me. Got no shame, got no one to blame. Got no shame. All the sticks are highlighting up the sky. It is all the same. You never feel it. No leeches like pretending that they're everything they're not. Don't like it, don't need it, I won't take it at all. Got no shame, got no one to blame. Got no shame, all the stakes are highlighting up the sky. Got no shame, I got no one to blame. All the same, gonna taste the wine 'cause it's right there in front of me. You won't find me, no, no. No. Got no shame.
I feel like I need to go to Pizzitz right after this, man, and buy me a new shirt. Fantastic. Quick break here. Final thoughts with Damon when we come back, and details on how you can get tickets right after this.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Today I have some tips on how to stay healthy. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fitting on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. Our in-store fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe so you get the perfect fit. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 in Hoover with Walk-Ons. The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
Back with you. 1 minute to go in the show. Appreciate Damon coming in. Brother Kane tonight. How do you get tickets?
This guy is a Alabama legend, and you can see him perform live tonight. Iron City Suburban Love Junkies. Guys, I know they're going to be opening up. Doors open at 7 o'clock. It's at Iron City, a great venue. We've done a ton of things there. IronCityBham.com. Get on those tickets. Limited number.
Hey, I like the fact you guys use your current headshot now, too. Some bands don't do that, dude. That's when you know you're good looking. That's when you know you're good looking.
Listen, brother, I'm happy. Most of us still have a little bit of hair left, and thank goodness for Just for Men beard color. I'm going to give those guys a plug.
I hear you. Go see them tonight, right down at Iron City. Thank you for being with us, man.
Ryan,
we love you.
Jim, Lance, thank you guys, man. Continued success to you.
Thank you. And we'll see you guys tonight until Monday at 9 Central. God bless you and God bless America.